All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated, please. Madam Court Officer, you may call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case CBC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Selimi, and Jakub Krasniqi.
Good morning, everyone. Today we will continue the testimony of 04408. I note that the accused are all present in court, except Mr. Krasniqi, who once again appears via video link. Madam Court Usher, please bring the witness in. And just for the record, we will be in public session. Good morning, witness.
Good morning, Your Honors.
Today we will continue with your testimony. I remind you to please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat it or tell them that you don't understand and they will try to clarify. Also, please remember to try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of the facts and circumstances upon which you will be questioned. I remind you that you are still under an obligation to tell the truth as stated by you in your solemn declaration. Please also remember to speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question and speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. If you feel the need to take breaks, please make an indication and an accommodation will be made. We will resume with the direct examination by the SBO. Mr. Prosecutor, you may begin.
Thank you, Your Honors, and good morning. And good morning, witness.
Good morning. Thank you.
As we concluded yesterday, you had just explained to the court about the arrival of Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Limai at the meeting in Banya. And I want to pick up at that point. Do you recall what they were wearing?
They were both in uniform. The precise nature of that uniform, camouflage or solid coloring, is I do not recall.
After they introduced themselves and gave you their names, or nom de guerre, did you and Mr. Buchart introduce yourselves and explain who you were?
Yes, we did. We would have introduced ourselves personally and the organization Human Rights Watch.
Did you explain the nature of Human Rights Watch and its work in Kosovo?
Yes, we did. By that time, we had been working in or on Kosovo since 1990, I believe. And intensely, of course, since February of, yes, since the events of February and March in 1999, and we would have presented that work. In summary.
And in particular, did you explain to them that Human Rights Watch, and you and Mr. Buchart in particular, were monitoring violations of international law in Kosovo?
Yes, we explained our mandate as an independent international human rights organization to monitor conduct of the laws of war.
And did you indicate to them whether that applied to both parties to the conflict?
Yes, we did.
Did Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Limai indicate to you whether they were already familiar with or generally aware of Human Rights Watch work?
Yes, they were broadly aware of our work.
Did you then raise the issue of the detention of the two Tanyug journalists?
Yes, we did.
And in response, what did Mr. Thaçi or Mr. Limai say?
So maybe I should say just the opening of our conversation was to talk about our work documenting Serbian and Yugoslav violations or violations by Serbian and Yugoslav forces, which we explained in some detail. And from there, expanded the conversation to include our mandate of monitoring by parties, all parties to the conflict. And in that context, we raised the issue of the two Tanyug journalists who we understood had been detained, and we sought information about their case.
And what, if anything, did they tell you in response to your effort to obtain information about the case?
They informed us that these two individuals had been tried and convicted. They were serving a sentence, and that yes, that they would be released after their sentence had been served in its entirety.
After they explained that there had been a trial at which the journalists had been sentenced, did you follow up with additional questions or seek more detail about that? Yes,
we did. We asked for information about the trial itself. And in particular, our concern is about matters pertaining to due process. So, for example, did the two accused have access to a lawyer of their choice? Were they present for the proceedings? Do they have the right to appeal?
And what did Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Limai say in response?
They said that they did not have a lawyer present. If I remember correctly, they said they had been allowed to request one, or they had tried to obtain one, but none had arrived, and that they were not present during the proceedings.
Did you ask whether you could see the detainees, whether you could have access to them?
Yes, we did ask for permission to visit the detainees.
And what did Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Limai tell you?
Our request was declined.
Did they give a reason?
I don't recall precisely. I don't remember exactly if there was a reason, but no, we were not allowed.
Your Honor, may I have permission to present the witness with a portion of his previous statement by way of refreshing his recollection? Thank you. Witness, I want to ask you about, I want to draw your attention to paragraph 93 of the statement you gave to the Office of the Prosecutor in 2019 and 2020, and in particular, with respect to paragraph 93, the portion that said, quote, "We asked if we could visit the detainees, but this request was refused due to, quote, military secrecy," unquote. Witness, does that refresh your recollection about the response you received from Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Limai to your request for access to the detainees?
Yes, it does. There was another request, and maybe I had confused the two, because they mentioned a code of conduct, and we had asked then to see this code, which was not allowed. I believe that was also because of military secrecy. But yes, with regards to the detainees, to the best of my recollection, and based on my statement, I have no reason to believe my statement was not accurate at the time. Your microphone.
You just related the information provided by Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Limai in response to your request for more details about the proceeding at which the detainees had been sentenced, and their response concerning the absence of a lawyer and the fact that they weren't present at what they called the trial. Did you respond to that information about the absence of a lawyer and not being present at a trial?
Yes. My colleague and I gave our opinion that based on the information we had, these proceedings did not meet standards of due process, international standards of due process.
And did you say anything about what you considered should now happen in light of the fact that the proceeding had not accorded with international standards of due process?
Yes, and we believe that the two journalists should be released.
After you told Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Limai that the detention was not in accord with international standards and the detainees should be released, what did they say, if anything?
They did not commit to this, and I don't recall the exact conclusions of the findings. They did not say we agree, but it's possible. I don't remember exactly if they said we'll look at it, but they didn't agree with our assessment.
Did they indicate to you whether or not they took the position that release of the detainees was in their hands or not?
Yes, they said that this was a matter of the independence of the judiciary, and that it was not appropriate for them to intervene in judicial proceedings, and also that this would undermine the authority and credibility of KLA institutions.
Did they make any reference to the distinction between military and civilian authorities in connection with the proceeding?
Yes, they said that any efforts on their behalf to intervene would interfere with civilian judicial authority. That was the comment, to the best of my recollection.
So if I understand your response, your answer correctly, they indicated to you that they didn't want to interfere with that or wouldn't interfere with that because they asserted that it was a civilian judicial matter.
That's my recollection, yes.
Do you recall whether or not they said anything about the status of the KLA legal system or its state of development or structures?
Yes, we discussed this at some length, I recall, that they explained that the KLA was in the process of building these judicial institutions. It was, I believe in their words, a new army and working in difficult conditions, and that they were in the process of building up these structures, which I understood to mean courts, prosecutors' offices, and other judicial mechanisms.
Earlier, you mentioned that during the introductory portion of the meeting, you had noted that Human Rights Watch was involved in monitoring alleged violations of international law by both sides. Was there discussion during your meeting about other allegations of human rights or laws of war violations by the KLA other than the detention of the journalists?
Yes. We began, I believe, by speaking about the two journalists because this case had gained some prominence and attention. But we did raise our concerns about other violations alleged to have been committed by the KLA, including harassment, intimidation, and alleged killings. And reminded them of their obligations before international humanitarian law in that regard.
And how did they respond?
First, with verbal commitments. They were both clear that the KLA respected the Geneva Conventions, for example, that they understood their responsibilities and obligations before it. Also, that comments such as problems do occur in war, which is, I think, which is true and accurate, and I don't dispute for one moment, and certainly would not have disputed at the time. The point is how those mistakes or problems get dealt with. Are they investigated? Are people disciplined? And those are the key indicators that we look for as a human rights organization.
Did the subject of disciplinary procedures or disciplinary measures come up? And if so, what did they say?
Yes, they told us they had a code of conduct. The KLA had a code of conduct for its own members. We asked to see this code, but we were not provided with it.
Did you ask for examples of disciplinary procedures that had been imposed?
Yes, a question that we typically ask in situations like this, in any conflict, is examples. So if a government or an armed group tells us that members of their forces have been investigated or have been disciplined, we ask for examples. And we did that in this case because they did say that individuals had been disciplined. So we were glad to hear that. We welcome statements like that, but also would not be doing our jobs if we took it at face value. So we asked for examples.
And were you provided with such examples?
No, we were not. No.
Can I call up, please, IT-03-66 P212.8? Witness, you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is a letter that I wrote to three members of the KLA following the meeting. This is standard procedure for Human Rights Watch. First of all, to say thank you for the engagement, and to reiterate the main points, and to share any further recommendations we have, and in general to continue the engagement.
A couple of questions about that. First of all, at the top of the letter, we see the indication 2, followed by 3 titles. First is the General Political Representative of the Kosovo Liberation Army. Next, Political Directorate of the General Headquarters. And the third, Judicial Directorate of the General Headquarters. To whom did those titles respond? Or correspond, excuse me.
The first was Mr. Adem Damaci. The second was Mr. Hashim Thaçi. And the third was Mr. Fatmir Limay.
How did you obtain those titles? How did you come to an understanding of those titles?
Mr. Damaci was a public representative based in Pristina, as we discussed yesterday. And Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Limay had introduced had introduced themselves to us on November 10. Of course, Mr. Limay used his nom de guerre.
And just to be clear, when they introduced themselves, did they also give their titles, and are those the titles that appear in this letter?
Yes, yes, that is how they introduced themselves.
You mentioned that the letter in part was intended to reiterate some portions of the meeting. Turning to the third paragraph, it indicates we were concerned, for example, that the 2 journalists were not present at their trial and that no one was allowed to visit them during the detention. Are those 2 parts of the meeting that are reflected, that 2 things you were told during the meeting, rather, that are reflected in this letter?
Yes, that's correct.
It also indicates that in the middle of that paragraph, we are well aware that the KLA's judicial structures are in the process of formation. Did that information also come from what you had been told during the meeting?
Yes, that's correct.
In the last paragraph, there's a reference to continuing our discussions on the KLA's code of conduct. And is that a reference to the code of conduct you mentioned earlier that was raised during the meeting?
Yes.
And finally, in the bottom paragraph, the third paragraph, it indicates your hope that other detainees will be able to receive visitors from the ICRC, the International Committee of the Red Cross, and other humanitarian and human rights organizations. And was that a reference to the absence, to the, in part, to what you told us about your earlier request, the response to your earlier request for access to the detainees?
Yes, it was. And if I may add one brief point, at the time, I believe in November of '98, the International Committee of the Red Cross had spoken publicly about limitations of access to KLA detainees. And this was, for us, very noteworthy, considering the normal restraint with which ICRC operates and the confidentiality that they frequently maintain. So their decision to speak publicly on this matter caught our attention.
Your Honor, I would tender the document.
No objection, Judge.
No objection. IT dash 03 dash 66P 212.8 is admitted and will be assigned a number.
Your Honor, that will be Exhibit P 376.
Can we now call up IT-03-66 P212.4? Witness, I want to ask you about whether there was further memorialization of the meeting in the next month. And in particular, I want to turn your attention to pages 00676493 and 00676494 in this document, which is the Human Rights Watch Report, Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, Detentions and Abuse in Kosovo. First of all, while we're turning to that page, are you familiar with this report?
Yes, I was the primary author, researcher, and author of this report.
And it bears the date and the front title, December 1998. Is that when it was issued?
Yes.
Looking at the bottom of the page currently on the screen, which is hard copy, page 24 of the document, it notes that on October 18th, Nebojša Radošević, a journalist for the state-run news agency Tanjug, and Vladimir Dobričić, a Tanjug photographer, went missing near the village of Magura. The KLA subsequently confirmed that they were in KLA detention and facing charges of spying. In early November, the two journalists were charged with 60 days in KLA prison number 7, after a trial that, based on the KLA's own information, failed to meet international standards of due process. Although two representatives of the KLA General Headquarters, members of the Political and Judicial Directorate, told Human Rights Watch that the trial was fair and that the defendants had not been mistreated, they admitted that the defendants had not had legal representation and that they had not been present at their trial. A Human Rights Watch request to visit the detainees was denied for reasons of, quote, military secrecy, unquote. The next paragraph goes on to discuss their release at the same time as two ethnic Albanian political activists from the LDK in Maleshevo, Maleshev, Jakub Kastrati and Chandescu. And then at the bottom, at the last paragraph, it refers to two journalists believed to have been abducted by the KLA, are still missing, and refers to Slavia and his driver, Ranko Perinic, whom you referred to earlier. Witness, the portion that deals with two representatives of the KLA General Headquarters, members of the Political and Judicial Directorate, talked to you about the trial, and admitted that the defendants had not had legal representation and had not been present, and so on. Did that refer to the meeting that you've described here to the court on November 10th?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd tender these pages of the document.
Just these pages, excuse me, Your Honor. Just these pages, no objection.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
I apologize. Just these pages, no objection.
I have no objection in relation to substance. My concern is, as the prosecution has repeatedly maintained, with a document which itself is not being admitted in its entirety, there is nothing to prevent the reading of the passages as has just been done, standing as the record. We've heard the prosecution routinely object when the defence have sought to tender documents from which they've cross-examined on excerpts, and frankly what sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander, so the answer should be it's on the record and that's all it needs to be. And I say that in anticipation of further passages.
There's no objection, so IT 0366 P212.4 is admitted, pages 00676-493 and 00676-494.
Your Honor, those pages will receive Exhibit P 376, and Your Honor, if I can confirm the classification, because the English is classified in legal workflow as confidential and the Albanian as public.
I believe so, Your Honor.
Any objection to this being public?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
The exhibit should be P 377, in case I misspoke.
Thank you. You can proceed.
Witness, the document we just looked at made reference to the 60-day sentence in KLA prison number 7. And in that connection, I want to call up exhibit U003-8645 through U003-8645. Witness, this is a document headed "Kosovo Rebels Issue Statement on Jailed Serbian Journalists." And it bears the source date November 1st, 1998. And it states that the military court of the Justice Directorate of the KLA General Headquarters states in its communique, quote, "Following the indictment raised by the military prosecution, the military court adopts this verdict. The military court of the Justice Directorate of KLA General Headquarters, based on the request of the military prosecution and in conformity with its working norms," and it goes on, and you can see that in front of you, refers to the finding of the accused Radojevic and Dobricic, who were charged with violation and disrespect of the regular internal civilian and military dispositions of KLA. Then states the indicted are sentenced to 60 days in prison each. The indicted will be transferred to prison number 7. They have the right to appeal, and then so on. This verdict goes into force at once. Witness, first of all, I want to ask you if you recall whether or not you saw this document at the time, or if you saw this document prior to your meeting with Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Limai in Banya.
I do not recall seeing this document prior to the meeting, and I doubt that we did, because otherwise we are very likely to have asked more detailed questions based on the information that is provided here.
And did you see the document, or have the document, so did you see the document before you prepared the relevant portions of the December 1998 report dealing with the meeting?
I'm not sure, and I recall seeing the announcement or the communique about the release on November 27. But I don't recall seeing this document, or again, we are likely in our public reporting to have referred to some of the specifics here, for example, the particular charges. So no, I don't believe I saw this prior to our publication.
And does the information contained there conform to your understanding of the KLA's position about the detention at the time?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I tender this document.
No objection.
No objection.
U003-8645 through U003-8645 is admitted.
Your Honor, that will be Exhibit P 378.
Thank you.
Witness, Mr. Thaçi has also talked about this November 1998 meeting. I want to ask you about a few things that Mr. Thaçi asserted were said or not said. And in that respect, can I call up 0765-63-TR-ET, Part 14, page 1. Mr. Thaçi was asked about the meeting. Quote, did Mr. Abrahams ask you about whether the journalists, the Serb journalists, Mr. Radosevich and Mr. Dobricic had received any trial or legal process? Answer, I don't remember, but the KLA didn't have any judicial or legal process mechanism. This is something that has been made up. My question, witness, is, did Mr. Thaçi or Mr. Limai tell you that the KLA didn't have any legal process or mechanism?
They told us that they were in the process of building these mechanisms.
Mr. Thaçi was then asked, and so in fact, to your knowledge, there had been no trial involving Mr. Radosevich and Mr. Dobricic? Answer, the only trials that were in Kosovo.
I'm sorry, can you?
Oh, I'm
not
sorry, can we
seeing-
turn,
I'm
if
not
we could
seeing
turn the page,
text.
please, I'm sorry, that would be page 2 of the same document. And just to complete that, and so in fact, to your knowledge, there had been no trial involving Mr. Radosevich and Mr. Dobricic? Answer, the only trials that were in Kosovo were those of Milosevic. There were no other trials. Witness, did Mr. Thaçi or Mr. Limai tell you that there had been no trial involving Mr. Radosevich and Mr. Dobricic, and no trials whatsoever, other than trials by Serbian authorities?
As reflected in our public reporting, they said the two had been in a trial.
And finally, at the bottom of the page, and it will be moving on to page 3, Mr. Thaçi was asked, did you discuss with Mr. Abrahams, to your recollection, anything about whether Radosevich and Dobricic had been sentenced? Answer, I don't remember. I don't remember because I didn't even know whether they were detained, let alone sentenced, because, next page please, there was no judicial or legal process. The only one that existed at the time was that of Milosevic. Witness, did Mr. Thaçi tell you at the time that he didn't even know whether the two journalists were detained?
No, they confirmed that the two were in detention.
Can we now call up Exhibit K022-5096-K022-5119? Witness, this is a document that bears the name of Human Rights Watch, entitled Abuses Against Serbs and Roma in the New Kosovo, and bears the date August 1999. Are you familiar with this document?
Yes, I am.
And what is it?
This is a public Human Rights Watch report issued in August of 1999 based on research and investigations in Kosovo following June 12th of that year.
Witness, did you have a role in the production of this document?
I did. I was not the primary author, but I did play a role.
Okay, And can you tell us briefly what the report dealt with, what issues it covered?
Yes, this was focused on the range of violations that were targeted against the ethnic Serb and Roma population, the non-ethnic Albanian population in Kosovo following the end of hostilities and the arrival of international forces, NATO forces in Kosovo on June 12th, 99.
Does it include sections on killings and on the abductions, detention, and abuse of Serbs and Roma taken into detention by the KLA?
Yes, it covers cases based on extensive research. My colleagues and I visited dozens of locations and interviewed dozens of people about threats, harassment, physical violence, arson, and expulsions of non-ethnic Albanians in Kosovo.
Did the report make recommendations or take positions on actions that the KLA leadership should or must take under the circumstances?
Yes. I would have to look at the recommendations to be precise and accurate, but in general, we found that the violations of that time rose to the level requiring urgent attention by the Kosovo authorities, at that time the provisional government, but also the KLA structures that existed still, formally or informally, to take steps in response to this, I would say, extensive pattern of abuse and violations.
Did you make arrangements to get the report to those parties, to the leadership?
Yes, we did. Yes.
And did you manage to meet with someone in connection with that?
Yes. I had a meeting with the head of the provisional government at that time to deliver the report.
And that was who specifically?
That was Mr. Hashim Thaçi.
Did you provide Mr. Thaçi with a copy of this report?
Yes, I did.
And where did that take place?
The meeting took place in his office, which was in the center of Pristina. It was the two of us, and of course it was the first time we had met after the end of the conflict, and we had known each other or had met in that first meeting. And I raised our concerns about the situation. By that time, tens of thousands of Serbs had left or fled Kosovo, and the report had documented extensive violations and abuse, and including killings and missing persons. And so I raised these concerns in the hope that they would be addressed.
In what language was the meeting conducted?
In Albanian.
And did you explain to Mr. Thaçi what the report was about and what its contents were?
Yes. I described the report in broad strokes. We did not go through case by case. The meeting was also not that long. But I raised the general findings and the conclusions that these abuses were pervasive enough, persistent enough, and serious enough to require attention and action.
And what, if anything, did Mr. Thaçi say to you in response?
He acknowledged that there were problems, and of course, tens of thousands of Serbs had left, maybe more, at that point, and there is no denying that. And there had been violent incidents, attacks, which I also note Mr. Thaçi had condemned publicly, some of these attacks. Killings of, I believe, Serbian farmers. I believe it was in July, if I'm not mistaken. So he acknowledged that there, crimes were taking place. The disagreement, I think, or where I disagreed with his assessment was that these were the actions of individuals, and that, in particular, anyone could don the uniform of the KLA and commit acts in its name, and that this was happening, and there was not a coordinated policy to commit or condone or support this criminal conduct.
Did he accept that, I'm just trying to understand this, did he accept that members of the KLA had committed these crimes, or did you understand his answer to be that he did not accept that members of the KLA were involved in any crimes?
My understanding was that he rejected the allegation and said that these were, private individuals, including those who might be masquerading as KLA.
Let me ask you briefly about that. First of all, from what you were aware, was it correct that people could buy uniforms or obtain uniforms or patches?
No question.
Were there factors outlined in the report? Well, let me ask you, before I get to the report, were there factors that, under the circumstances, that bore on the relative likelihood that people would or would not obtain KLA uniforms, put on KLA uniforms and commit crimes?
Objection, Judge. Foundation. That question?
Sorry, objection's overruled.
I had no doubt at the time, and I still hold to be true, that any individual could have obtained a KLA uniform, or any uniform and attached the UÇK patch. No question. And I take it to be true that there were instances where crimes were committed by individuals wearing fake uniforms or pretending to be KLA fighters. At the same time, I did not believe then, and I do not believe now.
Objection, Judge. This is clear opinion evidence. I do not believe then, I do not believe now.
He has laid sufficient foundation to be able to express an opinion based upon his experience, his research, his consultations. The objection's overruled.
I did not believe, and based on our primary research, interviewing the victims and the witnesses of these incidents and crimes, that the explanation of individuals wearing a KLA uniform was adequate, was accurate or descriptive of the situation in its entirety. So while there may be incidents, the extent of these violations, the patterns of these violations, the consistency of reports we received directly from the victims of these violations suggested to us and informed my opinion that that there was more to the story, and it couldn't be only select individuals. I would add, if I may, that at the time the KLA had high authority in Kosovo. They had fought and suffered and died, some of them, and they were viewed with high regard by many in Kosovo as the liberators of Kosovo, viewed by many as such. And I also believed then from that it would be unwise for individuals to pretend that they were KLA fighters to a great extent, although there may be cases, because that would not be tolerated by those who truly wore the uniform and engaged at great risk to themselves in armed conflict with a powerful Serbian adversary. So I didn't think that this fully explained the situation.
Witness, after the meeting, did Mr. Thaçi ever subsequently engage you about the report, its findings, or recommendations?
No. And I will say this, that meeting and the delivery of the report, it was done in good faith, in an interest to inform and encourage more human rights respecting policies. We were looking for action. And although in one meeting that material, you don't expect results right away, I did not get a commitment to say, yes, we will look at this, or yes, we will get back to you on this. And that indeed never did happen. I was never contacted by the provisional government or any other authority to say, let's go through these cases, let's look at the recommendations, let's talk together about how this might be addressed.
Your Honor, I tender the report.
No objection heard. K022-5096 to K022-5119 is admitted.
Your Honor, that will be Exhibit P 379.
Thank you.
And can we call up now Exhibit IT-05-87.1, P00741?
Is this already admitted?
No, I don't believe so, Your Honor.
No, it's not.
Oh, that's a reference to its exhibit number in a previous case.
Okay.
Witness, do you recognize this report, and did you participate in the production of this report?
Yes, I was the primary researcher and author of this report.
And if we turn to K0364789, should be a table of contents. Does the report contain a section on violations of the rules of war by the KLA?
Yes, the majority of this report, and we could count the pages to be precise, covers serious and grave violations of the laws of war by Serbian and Yugoslav forces. And as well this chapter number 10 about the Uchika.
And just to be clear, does that section rely basically on primary sources or secondary sources?
This section of the report relies more and primarily on secondary sources.
Were you nevertheless satisfied that the findings overall were sufficient to warrant publication in the report and exposure of the findings?
Yes, I was, and I can explain the methodology and the reasoning if it's helpful to the court.
Well, let me conclude these initial questions, and we'll see if that's necessary. Let me ask you, did you, well, go ahead. I think we have, why don't you explain?
Sure. So whenever possible, we aim to investigate firsthand sources, witnesses, victims, and so on. In this case, regarding violations by the KLA, that proved difficult for a number of reasons. The main one was security, and even approaching an individual about these violations was highly sensitive. This is not unique to Kosovo. We see it today in our work on Ukraine, where I'm deeply involved.
I'm sorry. With the greatest of respect, it's very interesting to hear about the methodology generally, but specifically in relation to the sections that Mr. Teagle is seeking to elicit. In this report, this is pure echo chamber. What we need to establish first from the witness is where did the information about the KLA that is published in the report come from? And the answer is another international organisation. Yes. There's an objection to the fact that the questions, the question being asked is how the information came to be compiled, and it's non-responsive to talk about the difficulties. That's an explanation for why there's no primary material.
I'm going to allow the prosecution to lead the questions the way they want to. It's not your witness, it's his witness. Go ahead.
Witness, perhaps we can cut to the chase on this process with this question. Did you attempt to provide the sources of the information upon which that section was grounded so that readers could see the basis or limitations themselves?
Yes, let me explain. And I very strongly disagree with the categorization of this as an echo chamber, very strongly. In this case, the sources are as follows. These are credible international organizations, either non-governmental, like the Humanitarian Law Center, like Amnesty International. These are statements by, for example, the ICRC. I mentioned them going public about lack of access. These are media reports. And what's important is the combination. So we would never take any one individual claim and assert that as definitive when we're looking at a pattern, right? And that's the key distinction I'd like to make here, is investigations that are looking at individual cases and investigations that connect the dots and present the full spectrum of violations to make a case. And in this situation, the cases are presented in this chapter tell a story when connected, so that we may have multiple sources of credible secondary sources about individual cases, but we see them in their entirety, which brings us to a threshold where we feel comfortable and confident to make assertions. And I'd like to just stress the point that Human Rights Watch is not a court of law, right? We gather evidence in order to present credible cases for the public and for policymakers. And that's what I believe we've done here.
And finally, witness,
Before my learned friend carries on.
Your Honor, I'm trying.
Well, with the greatest of respect, the witness has now answered the question, and therefore I can make the objection with the basis of the information that the witness has testified about. What he has said, but yes, the objection is that this is inadmissible evidence according to the authorities that have been already cited to the court in advance, because just from the witness's own testimony, this is not, it's 3 steps removed from any original source. It doesn't cite the source of the information on which it is based so that that can be examined for credibility. It is drafted together, 2 quotes from the witness, make a case. In other words, it's designed to present an argument which happens to coincide with the aspects of the prosecution's argument. That is not admissible evidence. There is nothing from which the court, on the basis of that foundation, can evaluate the credibility of the testimony. And in particular, where the witness says, we thought it was credible, that's the court's job to decide what happened, not Human Rights Watch's job, reading reports by other people and never having interviewed the sources themselves. I mean, this is as far as it could get from admissible evidence.
I'm sorry, the objection's overruled. The witness clearly stated his methodology. He clearly stated how they gathered the information. It is subject to cross-examination. It's subject to an examination by the court panel during the period of making any judgment in this case. I will allow the question. That's all. Go ahead.
And finally, witness, was the issuance of this report after the creation of Mr. Damachi's office in Pristina and after you started providing Human Rights Watch reports to that office?
I apologize. Can you repeat the question?
Sorry, was this report one of those that was issued after the establishment of Mr. Damachi's office and after the time that you began to provide Human Rights Watch reports to that office?
Yes.
Your Honor, I tender the report. I tender the portions of the report to which we referred, found at pages 75 through 86 of that document, and I give the relevant ERN numbers.
Yes, Your Honor, there's an objection. Obviously, it's inadmissible. These come from secondary sources, and this is somebody else's independent assessment of what secondary sources have said. What we have with this document, in addition to the comments of Mr. Emerson, is a usurpation of the prosecutor's role. If, in fact, they want to present evidence of individual alleged crimes, they can do that, and they have done that in any number of witnesses that we've seen under Rule 154 and elsewhere. But here, what we have is a distillation of information that is taken not even from the victims but secondary sources, compiled in I take it, 13, 14 pages of this report that the prosecution is attempting to present as substantive evidence. And if you're saying cross-examining on that report, secondary sources, where do these secondary sources come from? Who are these secondary sources? I mean, there is a secondary, tertiary level objection to this that is well beyond what should be admissible.
May I add to that? If Your Honour's cast an eye down the footnote cited in that passage, Your Honour will see that the substantive allegations, such as they are largely drawn from either a report of the Humanitarian Law Centre published shortly before this report, this being the first of these reports, and news media. And my question is, how is it different from bringing any other commentator on international relations into the court and saying, well, I've read a lot of stuff and this is what I think? How is it different from that?
Your Honour, we strongly join the objections that have been made, and the point I would wish to add is to contrast the approach now being taken by the prosecution to the one earlier this morning, where in relation to the other report, Detentions and Abuses in Kosovo, the witness was taken specifically to a couple of paragraphs which were based on his personal knowledge, and the report was then admitted on that basis. Whereas now an entire chapter, which the witness has said is based on secondary sources, not his own knowledge, is now being moved. We object.
The exhibit at pages 75 to 86 is admitted. There's no question there's hearsay involved, and we've discussed that time and again. There's going to be hearsay. There's no exclusion of that in our rules. This begs the determination of the weight to be given to this report. It's obvious just because it's a report does not mean it's true. We're as aware of that as anybody else, but it is a validly prepared, authenticated report, and we will admit it.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just note that there's it actually continues to page 87 with one paragraph, so I misstated it as,
So it's 75 to 87?
yes, correct.
Okay. And one other thing, Mr. Prosecutor, can we assume that unless you say otherwise, all of these documents that you're presenting are public?
Yes, that's correct, Your
All
Honor.
right,
Thank you.
thank you.
And Your Honor, oh, I'm sorry.
Your Honors, the admitted portions will be assigned Exhibit P 380.
And Your Honor, that concludes the direct examination. Thank you.
Excuse me, if I put both of them on, is it going to interfere with the translation? Good morning, Mr. Abrahams. My name is Gregory Kehoe. I represent President Thaçi, and I just want to ask you a few questions on what you said yesterday and likewise today. Again, if you don't understand any question I ask you, please let me know, and if I don't let you complete an answer, I apologize ahead of time, but let me know that as well. Now, I want to start preliminarily with some of your comments with regard to Adam Damaci, Mr. Damaci, which I believe that you had said met one time, is that right?
No, we met more than one time.
Okay. And how many times did you meet him?
Are you asking about during the time he held the position as representative or
Fair
prior
question.
to that?
Fair question. When he was a representative for the KLA.
Okay. Well, at least twice, but I don't recall the precise.
And you noted on page, I believe it's 140, line 3-4 of yesterday's transcript, that you believe that Mr. Damaci's influence on the decision-making was limited. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, take me through this. You mentioned yesterday that Mr. Damaci had an office, and I understand that he had about a dozen advisors. Is that right?
I can't speak to the number of advisors that he had.
And do you know if any of his advisors included former J&A generals?
I do not know the answer to that, no.
And you do know that he gave regular press conferences from, I believe, the beginning of September of 1998, right?
He was speaking regularly with the media, that's correct.
And you do know that he represented the KLA and in Kosovo, in Kosovo and other countries. Is that right?
As far as I know, he did, although I don't believe he was a representative to the Rambouillet negotiations.
But he went to Albania, he went to Macedonia, he went to Slovenia, all while representing the KLA. Is that right?
To the best of my recollection, yes, that's correct.
And you noted during the course of your statement that Mr. Damaci was the one who signed or authorized travel permits for people like you and others to go through KLA territory, right?
That is correct,
And
yes.
those travel permits were respected throughout Kosovo, weren't they?
That is correct, by the Kosovo Albanians.
Fair response by the Kosovo Albanians and members of the KLA at checkpoints, et cetera, did in fact respect the travel permits signed by Adam Damaci's office, right?
For the most part, they did, yes.
And he issued communiques and declarations on behalf of the KLA, did he not?
I'm not sure about that, but
Okay.
it's quite possible, yes.
Okay, so it's quite possible according to your
Well, he spoke,
recollection.
he did speak publicly in the name of the KLA, yes.
Let's just watch out and we don't run over one another because there are folks up there translating, so,
Excuse me.
if I may. And he, in fact, mediated, just going back to some of his international travel, you recall that he was involved in the Oslo Accords with the KLA and FARC to try to bring the KLA and FARC together in May of 1998, wasn't he?
Well, I'm not aware of that specific detail, no.
Were you aware of his travel to Istanbul in that regard?
No, I was not.
Were you aware that he, in fact, issued comments in the press to, once the Milosevic-Holbrooke Accords came out, that the Kosovo Liberation Army should exercise self-restraint? Are you aware of that?
Can you please remind me which accords you're referring to?
So, correct me if I'm wrong, there was a ceasefire, or tentative ceasefire in the beginning of October of 1998 with Milosevic and with Ambassador Holbrooke, right?
That's correct.
And the person who publicly proclaimed a restraint on behalf of the KLA was Adam Damaci, wasn't it?
I do not recall the statement, but I accept it is possible that he made that declaration.
So, and in fact, barring some minor exceptions, the KLA followed that restraint in October and as we moved into the fall months of 1998, didn't they?
That's correct.
So, if I may, with regard to staying with him, now you also mentioned, and if I can just get this quote correctly by you, if I may, so I want to be as accurate as possible. You also say, and this again is on page 140, line 21 and 22. And unfortunately, Your Honor, it's yesterday's transcript. I don't have a complete transcript, so it's the temporary transcript. My apologies, but if I'm reading it improperly, please correct me. You noted, with regard to Mr. Damaci, I always emerged from these conversations understanding that his influence over those engaged in armed struggle was limited. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, I do.
And let me read to you a portion of a transcript of testimony in this trial, and this would be page 5611. line 23 over to 5612, line 24. And these were questions concerning, by the prosecution. And the,
Excuse me, of who?
by the prosecution of Restam Mustafa.
That's who the person being asked was.
Yes, and I was just gonna, it's self-identification in the first, okay. So this is a question of Restam Mustafa, who was nom de guerre, if you will, is Commander Remy. Good morning, Mr. And this is a question by the prosecution. Good morning, Mr. Mustafa. You've mentioned Adam Damachi a number of times in your testimony. What was his official position in the KLA? Answer. He was the director of the political directorate of the Kosovo Liberation Army. But above all, he was a leader of Albanians, of Albanian people for many years while we were under Serbian occupation. Question, are you referring to the overall political directorate of the KLA, or are you referring to a specific political office? For me, answer, for me, this was the biggest political directorate of the KLA. So I understand that for you, it was the most important one, but which one was it? For me, the office led by Adam Damachi in Pristina was the most important one. Question, so it was the KLA political office in Pristina that he led, is that correct? Correct. You've just indicated he was someone that was very important to you. Do you know him well? Excuse me. Yes, I did know him well. And clearly had influence over the political matters, is that right? Answer, yes. In general, I was very cooperative with teacher Damachi. Would you say more so than over other members of the KLA? Answer, he was in general for the Albanian people and the KLA in its entirety, but to me, and very honest, I recognize he was even more special to me. So, this is the statement of Restam Mustafa, who, do you know, was the operative zone commander of the KLA in the LOP zone?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Okay. And would you consider Mr. Mustafa, Commander Remy, one of those engaged in the armed struggle?
Yes, I would.
Okay, so is it clear to you that, in fact, Adam Damachi did have influence over people involved in the armed struggle, such as Mr. Remy, Commander Remy?
I cannot speak to the views of Mr. Mustafa. I never met him, never spoke with him. So I am not able to comment on how he viewed Mr. Damachi or anyone else. I stand by my view, which is that when it came to military matters or strategic decisions outside of the on concrete security matters, I never saw evidence that suggested Mr. Damachi had an influence.
Let me, given the fact that you do not know what influence Damachi had over Commander Remy, Restam Mustafa, let me just go into some other, and this is the, and I want to clarify your last answer in this regard. Again, this is the testimony of Mr. Mustafa on the 14th of July, 2023, page 5752, line 22 to 5753, line 5. Question of Mr. Mustafa. Do you recall, do you recall, were there efforts by the KLA General Staff to ask you to withdraw from that line of communication. Now, you understand a line of communication is a road, right? That, in military terminology, it's a road that goes to a place. That's a communication line, right?
I'm sorry, I think I would have to see the material to answer you accurately. This is a question that was asked of Mr. Mustafa?
Yes. Let me go through the whole question.
Yeah.
Do you recall were efforts made by the KLA General Staff to ask you to withdraw from that line of communication? Answer, yes. I know there were attempts, but I told them not to tackle this issue any further. I wasn't going to obey them on this issue. So, this is testimony from Commander Remy telling this court that he was not going to obey what the General Staff wanted him to do. Is that understood?
Yes, I understand the point you're referencing.
Question, again, of Mr. Mustafa. And the reason you weren't going to obey the General Staff is because the highest authority in the LOP zone was you and your command, correct? Answer, correct. And I had an agreement with the head of the political office, Mr. Adam Damachi. So, in this particular instance, you have a, as you call them, one involved in the armed struggle who has an agreement with Mr. Damachi to do something that is contrary to what the General Staff wants to do. You understand that is what he was saying, correct?
So that is what it appears from the statement or the testimony you are citing from Mr. Mustafa, but I don't have direct knowledge of that relationship or interaction.
I understand, sir, and I'm trying to explore your statement that Damachi didn't have influence over those engaged in the armed struggle. And you say that without information such as what I just read you concerning the testimony of a zone commander, Rustam Mustafa. Is that right?
I said that everything that I understood about the conflict, I did not see evidence that Mr. Damachi had an influence over forces in the field. Again, I noted he was not a representative to the Rambouillet Accords. I don't know if Mr. Damachi was consulted when Mr. Thaçi returned to Kosovo to consult about signing the Rambouillet Accords. I don't know the answer to that. But if there are connections between Mr. Damachi and Mr. Mustafa, that is something I cannot speak to. I can only refer to the testimony you're citing here.
And I'm just, bear with me, I'm just referring to your testimony if you can. But you would agree with me that in order to make a statement that Mr. Damachi's influence over those engaged in an armed struggle was limited, in order to do that, you would have to have an important understanding of Damachi's relationship with the zone commanders, wouldn't you?
Yes,
Well, do you know what Damachi's relationship was with Ramush Haradnai, which was the zone commander in the Dukajin zone?
no, I do not, but
Do you have any idea what, for instance, I'll just pick one out, Mr. Damachi's relationship was with Suleiman Salimi, who was the zone commander in the Drenitsa zone and then became the commander, the general commander of the KLA. Do you know what that is?
I cannot speak to their relationship.
Do you know what his relationship was with any one of the zone commanders in Kosovo during 1998 and 1999?
My assessment is based on the role and the profile of Mr. Damachi at that time, and the actions in the field, and I was never aware of a connection so that he had an influence over those who were fighting, largely from a different generation. But the direct relationships that he had with individual members or commanders is something I am not privy to.
So given the fact that you are not privy to that, you cannot give a complete, wholesome answer to what, if anything, Damachi's influence was over those who were engaged in the armed struggle, because you just don't know.
I disagree with that.
Okay. Well, tell us about the relationship that he had with the zone commanders. We're back to that question. Tell us about his relationship with Haradinai, or his relationship with Suleiman Salimi, or any other. Pick a zone commander.
Objection, asked and answered.
He did say he didn't know of any connection with them, but if there's a different answer, you can certainly give it.
No, Your Honor, that is my answer.
Well, did you know, you talked about Rambouillet. Did you know that Mr. Thaçi during Rambouillet flew to Slovenia to meet with Mr. Damachi to discuss the Rambouillet Accords? Did you know that?
No, I did not know that.
Did you know that during the Rambouillet Accords that Mr. Damachi, let me withdraw that. You do know, do you not, that during the Rambouillet Accords that the then commander of the KLA, Azam Sula, while the Rambouillet Accords were going on, and Mr. Sula, Commander Sula, was in Rambouillet, he was replaced by the zone commanders back in Kosovo. Are you aware of that?
I'm sorry, I did not follow. Mr. Sula was replaced
That's
by whom?
a bad question. Let me rephrase the question. I thank you. And anytime I do that, let me know. Sometimes your head moves faster than your ability to articulate. Or maybe I just don't articulate questions well. Are you aware that during the Rambouillet Accords, during those discussions in February of 1999, that Azam Sula, the then commander, overall commander of the KLA, was being replaced back in Kosovo by zone commanders, while Thaçi and Sula and the rest of the delegation were in Rambouillet? Were you aware of that?
No, and I wasn't aware that Mr. Sula was the overall commander. So, no, I can't speak to that.
Were you aware that Mr. Damachi was an intricate part of the discussions with the zone commanders to appoint Suleiman Salimi in February going into March of 1999? Were you aware of that?
I have not heard that before. If it is true or not, I cannot speak to.
Now, you spoke quite a bit about the release of the Tanyud, two alleged Tanyud reporters. Were you aware that it was, in fact, Damachi who orchestrated that release?
The details of the release on November 27th are unknown to me, but we certainly raised our concerns with Mr. Damachi, and he was in contact with a range of international organizations working in the area at the time.
Now, let me put on the screen what is SPO 0022 5229. Now, this is a communique 63, and it notes, it's dated, of course, on the 27th of November, 98. On the occasion of the November celebration, the Kosovo Liberation Army decided to grant amnesty to a number of prisoners, the two alleged Tanya journalists, and their sentence was commuted. And I think you noted in one of your exhibits that the 27th, 28th are a big celebration day for the Kosovo people, Flag Day, I believe it is. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And I believe it's also Adam Yashari's birthday, right?
That I did not know.
Okay. So, but you were aware that this was taking place and that the KLA was issued a communique such as this, right?
Yes, I'm aware of this.
Your Honor, at this time, we'll offer this documented evidence.
No objection.
SPO 00225229 is admitted.
Your Honor, that will be Exhibit 1D47.
Now, let me to put up on the screen SPOE 00225737. Just that one page, both in English and in Albanian. Now, this is a handwritten note. I don't expect you to read it in Albanian. Mr. Abrahams, if you go back down to the bottom of the page, it says, "This is Adam Damaci's message," and it notes it's from Albin Kurti. You know who Albin Kurti is, do you not?
Yes, I do.
And at the time, Albin Kurti was an aide to Mr. Damaci, right?
That is correct.
And if we turn to paragraph 5 of this document, it reflects that it's a good idea that the Tanya journalists are released before they complete serve their sentence, because if they do and end up serving the sentence imposed fully, they are likely to appear as heroes. It would be good for the release to take place on the celebration for the 28th of November. The release must be carried out by you personally or together with Adam Damaci, but not in conjunction with KDOM, because it would seem that they, KDOM, were ones who released them. Now, this is in fact what happened, albeit a day earlier. This is in fact what happened per the, as it says, this is per the message of Adam Damaci, wasn't it?
Prior to answering that question, I just would like to understand the source of this document. Can you scroll up to,
Sure.
so I can understand what we're looking at?
It was a document that was sent to the general staff. This was provided to us by the Office of the Prosecutor.
Sent to the general staff, it's notes from a meeting?
It's just notes from what, you see what we see. This is a note from Albin Kurti to the general staff.
Okay, yes, I understand now.
So, in
Sorry,
fact,
sorry, excuse me, can you point to the part of the document that indicates precisely that?
precisely what,
The document obviously speaks for itself, and that's fine, but you're indicating that, I think, the document also contains a portion that indicates where it was sent, and I'm not seeing that.
well, I believe that that's what the SPO told us when they gave the document to us. And if you see number 6, it says you must appoint a general staff commander.
I'm not disputing any kind of, at the moment, any kind of argument you may make from the content of the document. I just wanted to know where I might find the source of the particular reference.
That was my understanding, Judge. This is a document that came from the SPO.
Well, if it doesn't say where it went, who it was sent to, You have to have some authenticity.
Well, you know what, I will look back and see what other authenticity we have to get coming from the massive amount of documents that we have received from the SPO to show.
I would just say it's a note from Alvin Curti, and go ahead and ask
Excellent.
questions about that.
And we'll just we'll move on that level. Thank you, Judge. So this note from Alvin Curti reflecting the release was at or about the same time that the individuals were released, wasn't it?
Based on this document, yes, although I don't see the date on my screen at the moment. If it's probably below or above.
No, in fairness to you, sir, I don't believe there is a date.
So I can't speak to the timing.
Okay. But you would get from the timing that it's clearly after the two Tanya journalists were detained, but before they were released.
It does appear to be with that timing, yes.
Your Honor, subject to further clarification, just saying it is a document from Alvin Curti will move this document to evidence.
No objection.
Now, I'm sorry.
SPOE 00225-737, single page in English and Albanian is admitted.
Your Honor, this will be Exhibit 1D48, and Your Honor, this as well as 1D47 are classified as confidential. Should they remain so or public?
Public should, yes, Your Honor.
Right.
And in the spirit of candor, Your Honor, I received more information on this document. There is no metadata on this document, and our understanding it was seized from Mr. Krasniqi. Well, we will look into it further, Judge. I'm just trying to keep the court updated on what information I have. That's fine. Now, on the date that the individuals were released, were you aware that Mr. Domachi's office contacted Sokol Bashota to release them?
No, I was not aware of the specifics of the arrangements.
Well, do you know who Sokol Bashota, do you know who Sokol Bashota is?
The name is familiar to me, but I do not recall his position.
Did you understand him to be the deputy commander of the KLA, a military person?
Yes, a member of the KLA, yes, but his position, well, was not known to me.
But again, were you aware that he was told by Domachi to release these people?
No.
Now, with regard to influence on decision-making, let me have you look at yet another article that is, and this will be DHT 1457. Now, this is a newspaper article on the Koto Detour, and pardon me if I am pronouncing that incorrectly.
You are.
I'm sure I am.
Indeed.
And it is a note, it is a press conference by the KLA Office of the Political Representative, and it notes that there will be no political decision without Adam Domachi's consent. Now, does this indicate to you, obviously, you can take a look at it, and you can see the quote where it notes by Mr. Curti, no political decisions can be taken without the consent and approval of the KLA General Political Representative, Adam Domachi. This does indicate to you, does it not, that Mr. Domachi was a man who did, in fact, have decision-making authority and then exercised that. Isn't that right?
No, I disagree, but if you'll allow me, I can explain why.
Sure.
So first, there were competing interests and attempts to be the political, to hold the mantle of political representation in this time, not to mention Ibrahim Rugova and the LDK. And I have no doubt this reflects the desire and the intention of Mr. Damaci and Mr. Kurti to exercise authority. I also do not reject, or I do not claim otherwise, that Mr. Damaci had no authority. I don't believe I said that. If I did say that, then it's not what I intended to mean. Mr. Damaci did have a moral authority and some political authority. My view, and this does not contradict that view or doesn't change my opinion, is that he did not exercise significant authority over military or security affairs over the forces who were engaged in hostilities. And I still believe that to be true.
Your Honor, at this time, we'll offer this document into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
DHT 1457 is admitted.
Now, let me shift gears if we
Just
may.
a second.
I'm sorry. Again, I apologize if the court officer.
Thank you. Your Honor, that will be 1D49.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Again, my apologies to the court. I do that from time to time. Mr. Abrams, I just want to shift gears with you and just talk a little bit about the methodology that your organization employs. And I believe you spoke about it at some length yesterday. And I believe you highlighted the importance of methodology for the work of the Human Rights Watch. Is that right?
And that is correct.
And I think you told the panel, just for reference sake, and I believe this is at page 113 of yesterday's provisional transcript, lines 22 and 23. Quote, "I am responsible for supervising our training of research staff, onboarding new staff, and teaching them our methodology." Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And one of the most important functions that you have for Human Rights Watch is to document the human rights violations around the world. Is that right?
That is correct.
And yesterday, and again, bear with me as I go in through your transcript. Yesterday, at the provisional transcript, page 118, lines 1 to 10, you noted that the core work, and this is actually on page line 9, you noted that the core pillar work of the Human Rights Watch is to interview witnesses and, where possible, alleged perpetrators. Is that right?
Yes.
And the document, the methodology, I believe, and stop me if I'm incorrect in any of this, okay? This is my distillation, if you will, of your testimony yesterday. So my understanding is you create a documentary record of what human rights investigators have seen and heard. You take notes of what witnesses on the ground and alleged perpetrators, when possible, I think you said, have told you. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So it's important that you document these individual instances with note-taking and reports for future reference, right?
Yes.
And the reason this is important is so you can, down the line, have a frame of reference from those notes, et cetera, to provide information to courts or any other entity that might seek that information, right?
That's correct.
Now, yesterday, you spoke to us, and I'm moving ahead to page 123 in yesterday's transcript. Beginning on page 123, you noted that there were cases where I conduct interviews with victims and witnesses who had expressed fear about speaking to you about alleged KLA crimes. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
And as you sit here, sir, and we can move into private session if need be, can you give us the names of these victims and witnesses?
Sitting here at this moment today, I cannot, no.
Well, you must have taken notes at those meetings, did you not, when victims told you about these fears of reprisals?
Yes, I would have done.
And did you review those notes in preparation for your interviews with the SPO?
No, I did not.
Did you review those notes in preparation for your testimony before this trial chamber?
No.
So you are talking to us about fear of victims or individuals, and as you sit here, you haven't reviewed the notes in preparation for your testimony of the SPO. You haven't reviewed those notes in preparation for this testimony, and you can't tell us who those alleged victims are. Is that right?
Yes, the first part of your comment or your statement is correct. But I do recall with certainty that individuals expressed to me this concern. I have no doubt about that.
Well, you would agree with me, Mr. Abrahams, that it is important to have an understanding about who is expressing those concerns, when those concerns are expressed, and where. Isn't it?
I am giving you my reflections and memories from the research in its entirety. And I am certain that both formal interviews and what I would call informal conversations from my 6 years of this work contained and included communications of that sort and people who expressed or made their fears understood about talking about those crimes. With this, I have no hesitation.
With all due respect, that was not my question. And if we can go back and I can ask you my question again and say, and I'll read it back to you. You would agree with me, Mr. Abrahams, that it is important to have an understanding about who is expressing those concerns, when those concerns are expressed, and where, isn't it?
I would agree with you that it's important to have those specifics. You mean for what purpose, sir?
If you give testimony concerning the fear that you're talking about, it is important for us to understand who these people are, when they gave this statement, and where they gave this statement. Isn't that right?
Yes, I agree
Okay.
with that.
And we have none of that today or yesterday, do we?
You have our reporting, which references our investigations.
Sir, where are the notes of these interviews?
The notes from my Kosovo work are dispersed in a couple of places, but in the United States, because I no longer live in the United States.
Well, you still work for Human Rights Watch, don't you? You have access to those notes, don't you?
I could find them if I needed to, yes.
But you didn't in preparation for this testimony or your interview with the SPO, as I understand you. Is that right?
For this testimony, definitely not. To the best of my recollection, not for the statement. I may be now, I don't know if, I'm not 100% certain if I didn't consult them when I gave my statement. I'm now reflecting on my previous answer. I'd have to think about them. I don't believe so, but for this appearance here today, definitely not.
And did the SPO, at any point in your interviews with the prosecutor's office ask you to produce those notes?
To produce the notes, no, and I would not have obliged.
And did the prosecutor ask the Human Rights Watch to produce those notes?
No, and the organization would not have obliged.
Well, in fact, the organization, you have testified previously, it would have been reviewed by the legal department in your office to determine what the answer to that request would be. Isn't that right?
What would have been reviewed?
If the SPO had asked for the notes from Human Rights Watch of your interviews of victims, the legal department in the Human Rights Watch would have reviewed that request, correct?
The general counsel's office, yes, that's
I
correct.
stand corrected. The general counsel's office.
But you're correct.
Okay. And that never happened, did it? Because the request was never made.
To the best of my knowledge, it was not made, no.
Now, you also talked to us a bit about collaborators. And I think that you had some discussion about that yesterday. And if I can just get this page correct, Judge, in yesterday's transcript, if I can have one moment. Gotcha. In my dyslexic writing, it wrote it down. It's page 131 and not what I don't want to tell you what I wrote. But and in any event, it is at page 131 of yesterday's transcript. And you begin to talk about collaborators, and you were asked by Mr. Teager whether you had received information about the KLA labeling or targeting people as collaborators. And I believe you said on page 132 that we also, as an organization, conduct interviews of family members who had had a relative who they allege to have been abducted and targeted because of perceived or alleged collaboration. Do you recall that?
Not specifically, but I take your word you're reading accurately from the
I,
transcript.
I'm doing my best. It is for, if anybody thinks that it's different, is line 14, page 17 of yesterday's transcript. Now, did you personally conduct any such interviews with family members?
Family members of people who allege to have been, that a family member was abducted on accusations of collaboration, is that your?
Yes, that's the question.
Is that your question? I cannot testify that I did because I don't have specific recollections of me personally. However, my colleagues, yes, for sure.
Well, so do you, as you sit here today, do you know who these family members are that gave such interviews to the Human Rights Watch?
If I looked back through our reporting, I might be able to shed light on that.
Well, as
on
you
that.
sit here, absent that, can you give us any names and we can go into private session?
No, I'm not able to provide you names sitting here from those interviews.
And I take it from those interviews that notes were taken as well?
Yes,
And again, as with the other questions I asked, did you review those notes about people who gave evidence concerning collaborators? Did you review those notes prior to giving your statement to the SBO?
as I mentioned, prior to giving the statement, I don't recall. I really cannot remember if I went back to my notes, the statement was some time ago. But for appearing here today, definitely not.
Okay. And again, those notes are at Human Rights Watch, is that right?
These notes are in my possession, but we will not share them with the prosecutor or anyone else. We consider them privileged material.
So the individual notes are in your possession. You didn't review them prior to the SPO interview nor prior to your testimony here today. Is that right so far?
Well, I'm not certain that I didn't review them prior to giving my statement. I
Okay,
cannot recall.
then when and where did you do that?
Do what?
When and where did you review those notes?
I'm afraid there's some misunderstanding. I think the witness said at least twice, maybe 3 times, that he does not remember whether or not.
That is a correct statement. He did not say he did it. He said he could not remember whether he did or
And
not.
I stand corrected, Your Honor.
Yes.
So, with regard to those notes that you have, that Human Rights has, again, did the SPO request disclosure of those notes from either you or Human Rights Watch?
No, and we would have let the prosecution know that we considered this privileged material and would not hand it over.
Okay, and that was not your decision, was it? As you previously testified, that would have been a decision that would go to the General Counsel of Human Rights Watch for his or her decision, correct?
It is organizational policy not to share privileged material.
I can ask the question again. And that request would have gone to the Human Rights Counsel, in-house counsel, for that final decision as to if they should disclose any part or anything related to those notes. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
And that request was never made by the SPO, was it?
Asked and answered.
Well, no, we're dealing with a different point.
Go ahead, answer the question.
To the best of my knowledge, that request was not made.
Thank you.
Let's take the morning
go to
break,
break.
please. Mr. Abrams, we will take a half-hour break at this time. The court usher will escort you out of the room. We'll see you back here at 11:30. We're adjourned.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Usher, please bring in the witness. These things. We will continue with your testimony now. Mr. Keogh still has the floor on cross-examination.
Mr. Abrams, welcome back. I hope you got a bit of a rest. Just want to continue on with following some of the issues that you have addressed both yesterday and today. And I'd like to first address this meeting with President Thaçi and Mr. Limai that you told us about. And I think you told us yesterday, and again, this is at page 141, lines 1 and 2, that you requested a meeting with KLA representatives to discuss the two tenured journalists and other matters. Is that right?
Yes, and other matters.
Okay. And ultimately, this led to the meeting that we talked about yesterday and today on 10 November 1998, right?
Correct.
And did you view Mr. Thaçi or Mr. Levi as potential perpetrators either before, during, or after the meeting?
Before the meeting, certainly not. I was not familiar with either of them or their names. And during the meeting, also not. We were there to introduce ourselves, to raise our concerns, to hear from them. And we also walked away encouraged by the engagement, the fact that we had a line of communication, that we had begun to raise issues of concern around human rights, in the hope this would lead to improved protections.
And this particular interview, among other things, was asked for by you and on behalf of Human Rights Watch and Mr. Buchard, I believe that's how you pronounce his name.
Correct?
Both you and he were together,
Correct.
and there was a translator there as well. And
Johannes,
if
we're
we
in
could
public
just,
session.
I'm sorry. And if we can just put this document back up on the screen, it's IT 0366P2127. I do believe that a exhibit number has been given to this already.
P375.
We can just put that on the screen briefly. So this is this is a P375, and of course, Mr. Abrahams, you're glad to read it, but I know you know what's in it already. This was the document that you talked about with Mr. Teeger yesterday, dated 24 October 1998, expressing concern about these detentions and condemning the detentions. Is that right?
Correct.
And again, this was a document, I think, well, let me withdraw that question. I think you told us yesterday in response to some questions by Mr. Teeger that the methodology of the Human Rights Watch is to issue information to as many outlets as possible, media, et cetera, and/or the people who were potentially involved, right?
That is correct, depending on the context and the situation.
And this particular press release, I guess it was likewise sent out to media sources throughout Kosovo, at least Kosovo, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so before your meeting on 10 November 1998, you would agree with me that there was a lot of information out there concerning the detention of these Tanyud reporters, and it was known in the international community that this had occurred, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so when you came to the meeting with Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Limai, this is information that you came with that we're coming here to talk about a topic that most people know about, right?
I'm not sure about most people, but it was known by those who follow human rights issues related to the conflict. This case was known.
Understood. So, and I presume in conducting your discussion with Mr. Limai and President Thaçi, you wanted to find out what was going on and what happened, right?
That's correct. And how, if there were human rights concerns related to the case.
And I presume that you took notes during that meeting about what was said with President Thaçi and Mr. Limai, right?
I'm not sure. I believe so, but I'm not certain that we did.
So you're not certain that notes were taken?
It would have been common practice. What I do recall very clearly is writing a memo after the meeting to my supervisors explaining the exchange.
Well, you would agree with me that the reason why you take notes during the course of an interview was to ensure that you had some basis upon which to file some subsequent memo, et cetera. Is that right?
I wouldn't have called this meeting an interview, and it's different from, certainly different from interviews where we're gathering evidence of abuses from witnesses and victims. But in this case, I don't recall if we took notes or not, but I do know that we enshrined, I guess you would call it, I'm not sure this is the right term, well, no, contemporaneous notes would be during the meeting, but after the meeting that I wrote a memo.
Well, Mr. Abrahams, before you came here today, did you go and look for those notes and review them?
Prior to this appearance?
Prior to this testimony in this courtroom, yesterday, the 5th of September, and today, the 6th of September, 2023. Did you do that?
To look for my notes? No. I did look for the memo.
My question is with regard to the notes. Did you look for the notes? No.
No.
And the notes were the contemporaneous note-taking that you might have taken when you were sitting down with Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Lemire, right?
The notes, I'm not sure of the question.
Well, the notes are taken during the course of the discussion with these
Yes.
individuals, right?
That's correct.
And by the way, did you find this memo that you're talking about?
No, unfortunately, I did not.
Well, do you know if it exists?
Well, it certainly existed because I wrote it,
Okay.
but I was not able to find it.
So, to be clear, you didn't go back to see if, or review any notes if you have any, and you didn't review any memo you say that you produced after this meeting, right?
I reviewed our published material.
Would it, when we go back to, excuse me. By the way, when we go back to the issue of either the notes, and better still, let's just stay with the memo. Where did you look for it?
Through my archives, digital archives, but which unfortunately didn't go back that far because we've upgraded systems in the 25 years since that time. And I even contacted, I believe she's mentioned here, my supervisor at the time was Ms. Holly Cartner. She was, and I asked her if she could find it, and unfortunately she could not.
So there's no notes, no memo, and you're not sure if, in fact, you actually took notes during the course of this meeting, right?
Correct.
Would it surprise you to say, well, let's go to Mr. Buchart's statement to the ICTY, and that would be U008-1334 to U008-1346, and we're looking at paragraph 36, excuse me, looking at paragraph 7. I'm sorry, paragraph 7? If I said 36, I'm mistaken, it was paragraph 7. This is your colleague, Mr. Buchart, and he told the ICTY, if I can get the date, back in 2004, that no written record or notes were kept of the meeting. You see that?
Yes, I do.
No written record. And that would encompass any notes as well as any other documentation as a result of this meeting, according to Mr. Buchart.
Objection. I don't know how, the transcript speaks for itself. I don't think it necessarily bears the interpretation the council's putting on it.
Sustained.
Well, I mean, so would you agree with Mr. Buchart that no written record or notes were kept to this meeting?
This is consistent with my view. I do not recall if we took notes, and I note Mr. Buchart's comments here. So I cannot confirm that we took notes, no.
And you would agree with me that 2004 is self-evident, is much closer to the events than we sit here in 2023.
I agree with that, yes.
By the way, who did you write this memo to?
It certainly would have been addressed to my supervisor, who it was Ms. Cartner, who I mentioned, and who I contacted. And it's possible there were people in CC, in copy, other managers in the organization at the time, but that I don't recall.
Well, did you check with those people to see if they had it?
No, I did not.
Now, when he writes here that no, if I may, that no written record was made, that would incorporate the memo that you're talking about as well, wouldn't it?
No, I believe he is here referencing notes from the meeting.
Okay. Well, what it says is that no written record or notes were kept of the meeting. And you're saying to me that that does not envision the subsequent memo that you allegedly wrote to your supervisor, is that right?
No, I believe he's referencing notes taken contemporaneously, but I did write a memo that summarized the contents or the conversation.
Again, with regard to this memo that you allegedly wrote to your supervisor, did you check Human Rights Watch archives for this?
Yes, I did.
And you couldn't find it there because it had predated your record keeping, is that right?
Well, I didn't want to interrupt before, but now the council's asking questions that he already knows he received an answer to because he's following up with the answer he received.
Okay, then I'm moving on to this.
It has been asked and
That's fine,
answered.
Judge. And I'm just moving this as a segue to the next topic. What? Excuse me. So I'm reminded of one last question on this, Judge, which I probably inarticulately answered before, and if I could just have some leave to clarify my question. Okay. I think you got to put the microphone on, Judge.
Go ahead, we'll see how it comes out.
Okay, now, when you said you searched the archive, you searched your own personal archive?
Correct.
And there's that, so you searched your personal archive and you searched the Human Rights Archive, both?
They are largely one and the same, because everything that I had maintained from my work in Kosovo was either in email or in my digital archive, and that is what I searched because I was the primary researcher responsible for Kosovo at that time.
So anything that you had was digitized, but anything that was left on your computer is gone, is that right?
Sorry, I don't understand.
Well, if you said, if you said you sent it to others, it may, for instance, be in the New York archives, right?
Would be ostensibly in people's email inboxes, which is why I contacted Mrs. Kartner.
And that's one. I mean, and she didn't have it either.
She did not have it.
Now, let me show you some matters that you were called upon to talk about this morning. And I want to show you what is marked as Exhibit P376, which is the Human Rights Report. Could you put that on the screen for me, please? You have the wrong number, 376. I think that's the Human Rights Watch report. Am I incorrect about that? The 2 pages that counsel had put into evidence this morning. Let me check my notes. What's that? It's 377. I stand corrected, Judge.
Yes, that's the 2 pages, is 377.
I stand corrected. I thought it was 376. I just want to put that document on the screen.
Your microphone, Counselor.
Thank you. The judge and I do that from time to time, so it's... and the report includes the information that was charged, and if you can just blow up that particular paragraph that Mr. Teager was talking about this morning. We can put it on the full screen because I don't think there's... I think it's on page 2 of this document. No, can you still flip back? Yeah, flip back, please. Yeah, there we go, October, here you go, that's it. And on this page, this is the page where you say that in this meeting, that the KLA subsequently confirmed that they were in KLA detention and facing charges of spying. In early November, the two journalists were charged with 60 days in KLA prison number 7 after a trial that, based on the KLA's own information, failed to meet international standards. Now, if we turn down, and I believe if we get to the end of that, the footnote that you have to support that in footnote 65, no, I think it's the prior page, footnote 65.
No, it's the,
Oh, there it is, okay. So footnote 65, that is your interview with Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Limai on the 10th of November, right?
that's correct.
Okay. Now, let me show, you were also shown by Mr. Teager P378. And that was the that was the press release issued by the KLA on the 1 November 1998. Can you put that on the screen, Madam Officer? And if we can just note in here, this particular document issued on the 1st, 10 days before your meeting with Mr. Thaçi and Limai, and the KLA announced the same information, that the Military Court of Justice Directorate of the KLA General Headquarters has issued a 60-day sentence to each so-called journalist, and that they will be transferred to prison number 7. Now, do you recall testifying in response to some questions by the prosecution that you do not recall, seeing this document before you published, and I assume you're talking about the human rights report that we just looked at in Exhibit 377. What you said was, so no, this is page 16 of today's transcript, lines 20 to 21. So no, I don't believe I saw this prior to our publication.
Yes,
Is that right?
I recall that.
So
yes.
you're saying that you didn't see this article before your publication that we looked at, just on those 2 pages, right?
I'm saying I don't recall seeing it before publication.
And I'd like to show you Mr. Buchart's testimony in the Limai trial, and that would be DHT 01827 to DHTO 1940. And I want to begin on page 01898. And if we can begin on line 3. And this is Mr. Buchart testifying in the Limai trial. And it says, and before we continue on that, just looking back over what you have told us about the discussion about the 2 journalists, you say, quote, they, end quote, they responded, speaking of the 2 KLA representatives. If you can, please be more clear as to who was speaking. As I recall, both of them actively participated in this discussion, and both familiar with the details of this trial. And we had specifically asked our intermediary for a meeting with the KLA to discuss this case. I believe that Mr. Chelaku was part of the KLA delegation at this meeting because he was in charge of the legal department. Now, just stopping there for a moment, you agree with Mr. Buchart that it was Mr. Chelaku who said he was in charge of the legal department and not Mr. Thaçi. Is that right?
It's Chiliku.
Chiliku.
Chiliku. And yes, he was, he introduced himself as the head of the judicial department or the legal department. I take those to be the same.
And the question goes on, and you say that there's a reference to more potentially charges, potentially more serious than spying. Do you understand from that that spying was the charge that these persons were convicted of? Or was that explained or addressed? Answer, yes.
Can we scroll down?
Oh, I'm sorry. If we can just keep scrolling down. I'm reading the actual transcript, and my apologies. I'll try to be more sensitive to that, Mr. Abrahams. So you're back with me? If we can just go back, stay right there. So if I was just reading down from line 12, if you can catch up with me there, right? Okay? So going to line 12, and you say that there's reference to more potential charges, potentially more serious than spying. Do we understand from that that spying was the charge that these persons were convicted of? Or was that explained or addressed? Answer, yes. Through our sources, we already knew that the men had been convicted of spying and sentenced to 60 days in KLA prison number 7, which is the prison that we were not familiar with, and we didn't know the location of the prison. Question, if you could be a little more clear. Do we need to scroll down there?
You're fine.
Okay. So if we could be a little more clear about that. Who told you that they were being held in prison number 7? They were. It was through journalists at Kohad Datori that we received this information. I'm not sure if it was issued a formal statement affirming this or not. Question. So we're clear.
I'm sorry, counsel, that you just, that wasn't accurately read, and it may
I'll
be.
read it
You
again.
skipped the word KLA.
I'm sorry,
Counselor.
I apologize. Let me, so it was through journalists at Kohad Datori that we received this information. I'm not sure if the KLA issued a formal statement affirming this or not. Just so we're clear, was there a reference to prison number 7 during this meeting? Answer, I'm not sure if the actual location was discussed. However, we did ask for after. I should continue with the chronology of the meeting. Now, do you agree with Mr. Buchart that it was the journalists at Kohad Datori who told you that the two so-called journalists were being held in prison number 7?
It's not that I agree or disagree. I do not have that same recollection. No, I cannot speak to what Mr. Buchart was referencing here. And I do not recall if we went into that meeting with knowledge of the detainees, the journalists, being held in prison number 7 or not. I do recall asking for access, but I do not recall if we had this information prior to the meeting.
So, thank you. But like Mr. Buchart, you're uncertain, are you not, whether the transfer of the two so-called journalists to prison number 7 was discussed during this meeting. Isn't that right?
That's correct. About prison number 7, I do not recall if that was discussed.
And in your published human rights report, if we can go back to Exhibit P377, So this is again going to footnote 65, and it is clear, if you go to the next page on footnote 65, it is clear that you attributed the information about the 60-day sentence and the transfer to prison number 7 to your meeting with Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Limai, according to your footnotes, right?
It's a little difficult for me because I'm looking at footnote 65 without the corresponding text.
And then we'll flip back up. For some, sometimes, I mean, law review articles, et cetera, it kind of bleeds over. If we can go back to where footnote 65 on the prior page is noted. It goes through the information that we talk about, and that all the 2 representatives of the KLA general staff members of the political and judicial director told Human Rights Watch that the trial was fair and that the defendants had not been mistreated.
Right.
They admitted that the defendants had not had legal representation and they had not been present at trial. A human rights request to visit the detainees was denied for reasons of military secrecy. For all of that information, you footnote 65, which is just this interview.
I'm not sure that's correct. And the footnote 65 is after the second sentence.
Well, let's go back then to the prior page. Go back to the bottom. Okay, let's go to this. The KLA subsequently confirmed that they were in a KLA detention facing charges of spying. In early November, 2 journalists were charged with 60 days in KLA prison number 7 after a trial that, based on the KLA's own information, failed to meet international standards of due process.
The counsel is kindly asked to slow down when reading for the purposes of interpretation. Thank you.
If I may, just read that again, Mr. Abraham, so the interpreters can get it all. The KLA subsequently confirmed that they were in KLA detention facing charges of spying. In early November, 2 journalists were charged with 60 days in KLA prison number 7 after a trial that, based on the KLA's own admission, failed to meet international standards of due process. So where did that come from I withdraw that. Where did that come from?
So this sentence is not footnoted. And there are 2 parts to it, though, to answer your question. The second part is, based on the KLA's own information, that would have stemmed from the meeting because it was the information provided to us about the defense and right to appeal and other concerns that we raised. In reference to KLA prison number 7, I'm not sure. To the best of my recollection, it wasn't raised in the meeting. So it's possible that came from the statement, the communique, the public communique. I do not recall precisely where we obtained that information.
So is it your statement that they did not talk about prison number 7 in the meeting?
No, it's my statement is I do not recall discussing prison number 7.
So we have no footnote there. You will agree with me that this line failed to meet international standards of due process. That did allegedly come from your meeting, right?
Which failed to meet, yes, correct.
So let me say, let's circle back to this. So you write this report, footnote this, prepared from virtual memory because you didn't make any notes at the time of this meeting. Is that right? That's where we are here?
I would categorize it differently. Mr. Buchart and I discussed this meeting immediately thereafter, no doubt, and this was a significant event, I would stress, one that I remember to this day. It was an important moment to meet relevant and important figures within the KLA. And then I prepared the memo for my supervisors. So the information gleaned from that meeting, I have a high degree of confidence in what has been remembered and relayed about that engagement.
Tell me, sir, and we've established that you don't have the notes, you don't have the memo. I mean, is it proper for the Human Rights Watch to document meetings and interviews of this caliber if it has no central place where those notes and memos are stored?
This is consistent with our practices that the individuals involved, in this case, two researchers, recalled the meeting in ways that were deemed accurate and acceptable.
Isn't it possible, Mr. Abrahams, that you just don't want these notes to come out?
The reason for considering our notes privileged is to enable us to do our work in conflicts and countries around the world securely and accurately, and respecting the confidentiality of sources when required.
Now, sir, the actual individuals that you have spoken about, if we can put Exhibit 300 on the screen. If I may, and I just, if I can just ask one last question based on your prior answer. By the way, did you copy Mr. Buchart on the memo that you wrote?
I cannot recall.
And just to round this out, we now have a report that we are looking at in 2023. You know, frankly, what's the point of documenting human rights violations if you can't find the supporting documents when you need them?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding the question. 2023?
Well, you have a document that you're testifying for in this courtroom and making certain allegations concerning my client. And my question for you is, what's the point of Human Rights Watch looking at these and reporting this if you can't find supporting documents when you need to?
Objection, argumentative, and all the relevant factors have been asked and answered.
I'll withdraw the
Overruled.
question.
You can answer.
Let me, please answer the question. What's the point?
The point is to understand the facts and to promote and achieve accountability for serious crimes.
And that is in the face of your inability to retrieve the documents or memoranda that you wrote to support those allegations. Is that right?
It's in the face of our public reporting, my professional experience, and my recollections.
Let me shift gears to the actual detention itself. I mean, and let me put the Exhibit 300. 300's on the screen, and this is a document concerning the two alleged Tanyan reporters, and it notes that this issuance of this document that after the sign was given to them to stop, they stopped after a delay, thus allowing them to hide their identities. They also led to doubts about their identity, that is, not believing they are journalists and that the purpose of their visit was espionage. Now, prior to your meeting in the 10th of November of 1998, if I may, were you aware of these particular individuals, and specifically Mr. Dobricic, that he was in fact involved in war activities with the Republic of Serb Krajina around the Bankovac area, for which there were numerous murders, for which numerous people were convicted. Were you aware of that?
I don't know that to be true, and I've never heard that allegation, but I also don't know if it's accurate.
Well, in talking, you've testified in other locales. I mean, were you told by anybody at the ICTY that people considered, that people concluded that Mr. Dobrich was a hardcore Chetnik, and not only was he involved in these Bankomac murders in 1991, but that he had been moving guns to the Serbs in Bosnia in 1992? Were you aware of that?
I've never heard those allegations, no.
Did you bother before you went to talk to Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Limai to learn something about these reporters? And if in fact you did, who did you speak to?
We went into that meeting exactly to understand the specifics of the case.
Well, your colleague noted that he had read a newspaper article concerning these events, this document that we have been talking about, the article from the 1st of November, I believe it was. So did you do any?
It's a minor objection, but I don't think that was stated in the transcript. I think it said we learned it through journalists rather than they read the document itself. It may not be important, but I think it is more accurate.
Let's be accurate as possible.
Absolutely. That, your colleague, Mr. Buchart, noted in his testimony that he had learned about prison number 7 in this detention from journalists, other journalists, to be as accurate as we possibly can, in the spirit of talking to people and journalists about what had these two individuals. Did you take any steps to find out who they were?
We went into the meeting giving an opportunity and with an interest to learn who they were.
So is the answer to my question that you did not ask anybody on the Serb side, for instance, or on the Kosovo Albanian side, who these guys were?
We did ask 2 people in this meeting.
No. Before the meeting, I stand corrected, before the meeting, before you walked into that meeting, did you talk to anybody? Let's start with anybody on the Serb side or anybody at Tanjud to ask you about Vladimir Dobricic, excuse me, Dobricic. Did you? Dobricic.
No, I do not recall conversations about the backgrounds of these individuals.
So, and you didn't call anybody, just your other journalist friends, to find out who these guys were, did you?
Not that I recall, no.
So you walked into a meeting talking with this guy, and they, in fact, you had no idea that Dobricic was alleged by the ICTY to have been engaged in all this criminal activity, right?
At the time of the meeting, I do not recall having that information.
And you would agree with me that if there was any suspicion that these guys were somebody other than they were, their detention would have been proper, right?
So I need to make a distinction, which is between the charges against them and the evidence to substantiate those charges. Well, this is an important point, I think, to your question. There's a distinction in my work between the charges and the evidence to substantiate those charges, and due process. And our concern was with the latter.
And you understand that when there is a suspicion of somebody, that the detaining authorities have a period of time to attempt to determine who these people are and what they were doing, right?
In general, yes.
And you likewise understand that these two, well, let me back up. When you were traveling around in KLA areas, you obtained a pass from Mr. Thaçi, right?
That's correct.
Did you understand that when these people, these two individuals were traveling around, that they had no such authorization from Mr. Thaçi?
I was not aware of that, and I don't recall it being communicated to us, but I certainly accept it to be a possibility.
I mean, did you ask people, other than Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Limai, which it doesn't appear you did you ask other people whether or not these people had authorization from Mr. Thaçi to move in KLA areas?
I don't recall that we did, and I am not disputing that they could be detained on charges of espionage or for other reasons. Our
Now,
concern was-
you noted for us in your conversation that Mr. Limai identified himself as what, a judicial person in some fashion, is that right?
I believe it was head of the Judicial Directorate.
And Mr. Thaçi did not identify himself other than as a political representative, right?
No, I believe he was the head of the Political Directorate.
And we can get into the accuracy of that later. But it is a fact, sir, that when you say in their discussions that he maintained that this was a civilian matter, is that right?
There's some confusion around that because the term civilian and military was used a bit interchangeably. My recollection is at one point they said they could not intervene in a civilian judicial process, but on the other hand, there was talk of military courts and military procedures. Even the subsequent statements came from the military and referenced that. So there's a bit of confusion there.
Precisely. And it was Mr. Thaçi that said to you that they were not, you have maintained that he said they weren't going to get involved in civilian matters, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And if we put Exhibit P 378 on the screen, which is the article dated 1st of November 1998, and you read this, did you not, sir?
Here today, I did, yes.
Okay, well, if you can read this, the first line. It says, "The Military Court of the Justice Director of the KLA General Headquarters." It is a fact that Mr. President Thaçi didn't know whether this was a civil proceeding or a military proceeding, did he?
I can't testify to what he knew or didn't know.
Well, he talked to you about civilian matters, and then this document that was presented by the prosecution talks about military matters, right?
Well, as I said, I think there was confusion and some mixed messages. Because on the one hand, there was talk about KLA holding these individuals. And on the other, that there could not be action by the KLA in a civilian process. So there's a bit of contradiction there.
And I'm talking about President Thaçi. Thaçi is the one that said that they're not, you maintain that he said he was not going to get involved in civilian judicial matters. Is that right? It was
Yes.
Thaçi,
To respect the independence of the judiciary.
of the civilian judiciary,
That's
right?
my recollection.
And this, P 378, is talking about a military court, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And from that, as you sit here, it's quite clear that whatever Thaçi he was talking about, or whatever Thaçi you guys were talking about, assuming everything is accurate that you say, he didn't know if this was a military court or a civilian court, did he?
I can't speak to what he knew or didn't know.
Well, it's clear he was ignorant about these facts, wasn't he?
Not to me, no. He spoke in some detail about the case.
And he got the most significant matter concerning this case, according to your testimony, incorrect.
I wouldn't call it the most significant matter, no.
If I might have one moment. Did you or Mr. Buchart, Emma, let's just go back to that document. And that would be Exhibit 378. If we can put that on the screen. It's once on the screen, excuse me. Well, did you and Mr. Buchart ask Mr. Thaçi why he was referring to a civilian judiciary when the KLA clearly announced 10 days before that it was military? Did you ask him that?
I don't recall. I don't recall asking about that specific reference. But I do recall having detailed conversations about the proceedings where both of these gentlemen had specific information about the case.
But Mr. Abrahams, you would agree with me that under the most fundamental issue of this case, i.e. where a case is being tried or held, there are, by your own admission, two versions as to where that took place, military or civilian. And my client, Mr. Thaçi, said civilian when it's in fact military. Isn't that right?
My understanding then and now is they were in military detention. And the communiques and this statement are consistent with that.
And my client didn't even know, in conversations with you, according to you, that they were in fact in military detention, did he?
I think it's time to say asked and answered, and
I'll move on, Judge. I'll move on.
Move on, thank you.
Now, they were talking, in the midst of this conversation that we don't have your notes and memo for, there is discussion about, I believe you said things happened during war, Mr. Thaçi said, right?
Correct.
And he also noted that structures, judicial structures, they take some time to build up. He said that, did he not?
One of the two of them said that.
Well, who
definitely.
said that?
I do not recall precisely, but it was a point that was made and agreed to by both, regardless of who said it.
Well, if we can go to the Buchart statement on paragraph 36, and I can just read it to you. It says, at this stage, this is paragraph 36 of Buchart, counsel. At this stage, Thaçi explained that the UCK was a new army and was just formalizing its structures. That was Mr. Thaçi, wasn't it?
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay. And he noted for you how difficult it is to set up these structures during an ongoing combat, or during ongoing combat that they were having with the Serbs, right?
That's correct.
And by the way, this is December of 1998.
November.
Excuse me, November, my standing correct, thank you. It's November of 1998, and to be fair, the KLA had a pretty rough go of it from July, August, September into October until the Holbrooke-Milosevic ceasefire, if you will, right?
No doubt.
And so militarily, this is a very, very difficult situation for a combat force that is on its back foot, right?
I agree the conditions were tense.
And do you have any idea what it takes to in fact set up a judicial system and how long that takes?
I cannot speak from personal experience setting up a judicial mechanism in that environment, but I readily admit that it is a difficult task.
Well, you do this throughout the world, sir, so you do know that for an insurgent movement such as the KLA, which by, I want to put words in your mouth, grew up 1997, 1996, 1997, and obviously became somewhat larger after the Yashari killings, that in that very short period of time, it is very, very difficult to set up the proper structures, isn't it?
I agree with that.
And
yes.
that what normally happens during combat situations, putting aside the minimal cases that took place at the ICTY, most these types of trials for crimes take place after the war is over. Isn't that right?
The challenge of building judicial mechanisms in that environment is without doubt considerable, and it does not relieve the parties from their obligations to respect the rights of detainees. And this was the point we made in the meeting.
And your point is taken, and my question is, the punishment aspect of things like this is oftentimes quite difficult during the course of a war, and most times is undertaken once combat activities stop. Isn't that right?
I would answer that a little differently. The word most, it's very context specific, and there are situations where discipline is pursued and meted out by insurgent groups in a prompt fashion. There are also allowances given circumstances. But what we look for as a human rights organization are indications and efforts to move in the right direction. And that includes steps to investigate or to remove people from service and otherwise help take steps to ensure they are not in a position to commit abuses going forward.
So, Mr. Abrahams, let us talk about this time frame. You're having this conversation with Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Limai in November of 1998, going in through the entire war. You would agree with me that there were no laws, there were no prosecutions, there were no courts, there was no civil structure at that point for the KLA to employ, other than the Milosevic courts, to employ to bring people to trial for crimes. Isn't that right?
No, I wouldn't agree with that.
And is it your position that the KLA did in fact have laws? Didn't in fact have laws upon which to base investigations and prosecutions? And if so, what law are you talking about?
No, I disagree because.
That was a question, so you can't disagree. I'm just asking a question.
Okay. Well, the information we received in that meeting included that there existed a code of conduct, for example, which we asked to see. And that code can, by the information we were provided, provides a basis on which KLA members could be investigated, disciplined, and abuses could be addressed.
Tell me, Mr. Abrahams, do you have any idea what steps the general staff took to set up a judicial system in 1998 going into 99? Do you have any idea?
That's the information we sought in other places from this meeting, and we were informed that it was in process.
I'm talking about your knowledge. You spent all of this time in Kosovo and Albania. Do you have any idea, as you sit here in 2023, what steps the general staff took to set up judicial systems in Kosovo during this time frame? What steps did they take?
Yes, I have some indications, some.
What steps did they take?
Well, for one, they apparently created a code of conduct, although not having seen it, I can't confirm that it existed. But they also, by their own statements, had created military courts. There was a judicial department of the general staff, or legal department, directorate. So my understanding from their own information was that courts were in existence. There was also definitely the existence of military police, because I encountered some of them during my travels, or my work.
So in fact, they did take steps as we move into 1998 with the establishment of courts to try to address some of these issues, right?
They took the steps that I just mentioned are what they announced. How those were functioning, I cannot testify to. I don't have-
Precisely. Precisely. And what we're then talking about functioning is the operative zone commanders obeying what the general staff may have issued. Isn't that right? That's a fundamental aspect of this.
Yes,
And if the operative zone commanders elect to ignore missives coming from the general staff, it adds yet another layer of problems to the setting up the judicial system, doesn't it?
I agree.
So when you have somebody like Rustam Mustafa, Commander Remy, and this is again at his testimony at 5752-22 to 5753-5, that when they had a particular issue coming from the general staff, he noted, I told them not to tackle this issue, that I wasn't going to obey them on this issue. So if you have a operative zone commander who's refusing to obey the general staff or anything, or something coming from the general staff with which they disagree, that makes it problematic, does it not, to have an efficient functioning judicial system?
I agree.
Right, okay. Now, let's shift gears to this meeting that you had with Mr. Thaçi in I believe it was August 1999?
I believe that's right, yes.
Okay. And you gave him this document concerning what you perceived to be abuses of what was going on in Kosovo post-war, right?
Abuses that we had documented through extensive research.
And during this period of time, who was responsible for, well, let me withdraw that. It is a fact that, well, you're familiar with, let me withdraw that question. You're familiar with UN Resolution 1244, are you not?
Broadly.
Oh, sure. I'm sure you and the entity that was responsible for investigation, arrest, prosecution, and detention of malfeasors was UNMIC, wasn't it?
That's correct.
And no other entity within Kosovo had the legal authority to do any of that, investigate, prosecute, or incarcerate, did they?
Correct.
Okay. So when you came to them and you gave him this report, his responsibilities for the provisional government of Kosovo were to UNMIC. Is that right? His legal responsibilities.
His legal I mean, the period in time is complicated. You are right. Under 1244, the UNMIC authorities were the ones empowered to conduct investigations, prosecutions, maintain detention facilities. But we went to Mr. Thaçi at the time as the head of the provisional government, considering his authority and the power that he had assumed in this interim position.
Let's back up on what you just said. At this time, in August of 1999, the provisional government of Kosovo was in charge of nothing legally, were they?
Legally, no.
Okay. And in August of 1999, to repeat what we said, at the risk of repeating it, the legal authority and the sole legal authority was UNMIC, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you walk in, by the way, I mean, obviously, with all due respect, we were all much younger in 1999 than we are now. Obviously, that Mr. Thaçi or anybody had no legal responsibilities to you, right?
No one has legal responsibilities to me or my organization as an NGO, but they do before domestic and international law.
And to your knowledge, did Mr. Thaçi take your report and give it to UNMIC and KFOR?
That I am unaware of.
Okay. So if he did that, well, if he did that in conjunction with you and presented this information to UNMIC and KFOR, they would be able to act on anything that you had.
Indeed, and we also delivered our report to UNMIC and KFOR.
Let me ask you this. Throughout your period of time in Kosovo, and you obviously know Ambassador Kushner, is that right?
I do, not personally.
No,
never met him.
Obviously. You know him as the special representative of the Secretary General.
Correct.
And do you know Ambassador Covey there, his assistant?
Familiar with his name, but never met Mr. Covey.
And of course, you're familiar with the name of General Sir Mike Jackson, who was in charge of KFOR.
Yes, I am.
Okay. Now, during the entire time you were there, do you have any information, any incidents when Mr. Thaçi was asked to do something by Mr. Covey, Ambassador Kushner, General Jackson, or any of their subordinates where he refused? And if so, tell us when and where.
No, I cannot speak to that.
So as far as you know, throughout this period of time, Thaçi is out condemning violence, right? Is that right?
He spoke publicly against attacks on Serbs, correct.
And he spoke publicly on numerous occasions, didn't he?
I would have to look back, but yes, I take that to be correct, yes.
And during that same period of time, there is no information that you have, as someone monitoring human rights issues, you have where Mr. Thaçi refused to comply with any request or edict coming from UNMIC, KFOR, or any of the subordinates under those two respective regimes. Isn't that right?
I cannot speak to the conversations he had with UNMIC, KFOR, or any other authority.
Ron, I just have one moment? Yes. I know this is significantly shorter than my time, but I have no further questions. Mr. Abrahams, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Emerson, you have the floor.
In defense of Mr. Emerson, I thought that I was going to be going to lunchtime.
I don't need a defense, don't worry. But thank you. I want to start.
Microphone, please.
I do apologise. I want to start by asking you some general questions about the role of Human Rights Watch in a conflict situation, and again your current role in training researchers, because presumably you can tell us a little bit about what you tell people a good human rights investigation should look like. First of all, you've described several times Human Rights Watch as including an advocacy function. What do you mean by an advocacy function?
Our mandate and our intention is to promote policies that protect human rights.
So that's legal policies or political policies on the ground as implemented either at UN level or IGO level or at the level of governments?
Both.
Yes. So raising the alarm is part of an advocacy process, isn't it?
Alerting the public and policymakers to serious human rights situations is part of our job.
When you say a serious human rights situation, you mean a situation in which there are concerns about human rights violations, who is responsible, the scale of them and so forth, or do you mean situations where you as an organisation have determined that the human rights of an appreciable number of victims have been violated by one party to the conflict or another?
Sorry, I'm just struggling to reconstruct the question.
Let me do it again for
Yes,
you
thank
then.
you.
Human rights situations is an extremely vague, virtually unintelligible expression. So what I'm asking you to do is to explain what constitutes a human rights situation that you would be raising, as you say, international community's awareness of. Now, obviously, at one extreme, it'll be the first information that you have that something's being done or said to have been done by one party to another party. But you obviously at the early stages won't know very much about the truth or accuracy of those reports until you've done some further research.
That's correct.
And that's where the research comes in.
That's correct.
At the other end of the process, you might have sufficient information. It would have to be very specific, I'm sure, but you would, might have sufficient information to accuse an individual of responsibility for war crimes and sometimes even submit confidential information to international investigating bodies. Is that right? Would you ever give a list of potential indictees to the UN High Commissioner's Office or to the Office of the Prosecutor of the ICC? Will you get that specific?
No,
No.
really. In our public reporting,
Yes.
we can get that specific.
Yes.
But the bar for making accusations against individuals is considerably higher.
And you're not making any accusations against any individuals in the evidence that you're giving to the court, are you, in this case?
I am testifying about the...
Could you answer my question? You're not making any accusations against any individuals that they committed a crime?
No, I'm
No,
not.
thank you. Now, when you're teaching your students, Mr. Abrahams, about what the role of Human Rights Watch is and what it is not, do you tell them, as you told us this morning, that we're not involved as a court of law or as a criminal investigator? Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes. Can we just look at what the differences are between, if you were involved, looking at things as in a judicial function and what you actually do? First of all, do you consider Human Rights Watch to be exercising a quasi-judicial function?
No. I do
No.
not.
But you are prepared as an organisation to make definitive conclusions, aren't you?
It depends what you mean by definitive.
Well, for example, you yourself, in fact, are quite willing to say, in relation to 1998 and this conflict, you're quite willing to say that the commander of the area around Lake Radonich in the Dukagin region must have known about the execution at an execution site of somewhere between 30 and 40 individuals.
I would have to look at the.
Well, I'll take you to it after lunch. You did say that.
I would have to look at it
Well,
before I can
but
comment on.
I take it from me for the purposes of this early stage. We're going to break in 10 minutes. We'll go into a lot more detail after lunch. But if you take it from me, you, in a report that you have signed off on, allege, and you don't allege, you state as a fact that the commander of the Ducagene region must have known about what you describe as one of the worst atrocities committed by the KLA in 1998, namely an execution site in the vicinity of Lake Radonich in Ducagene, in which in excess of 30 to 40 people were killed.
What is the question?
In fact, until you've seen the document, I won't put the question on that to you, but what I want to say, take that from me, let's look at how, I see it's being looked up for me, I do have the reference, but take it from me that that's what you wrote. I want to see how your function differs from a function of a court of law, is or is not quasi-judicial, or a balanced criminal investigation. Would you agree with me that any investigation which is to be admitted and treated as reliable in a court of law would respect the presumption of innocence?
Yes.
Yes. And human rights is big on fair trial rights, isn't it? And so anything that constituted a violation of the presumption of innocence would be condemned by Human Rights Watch if it was done by a state.
Correct.
And announcing that somebody is guilty of a very serious crime without any investigation of the facts, and when the person indeed is in fact innocent of the crime, that would be Human Rights Watch violating the principles that it holds dear and holds other parties too, wouldn't it?
I would have to look at the material you're referencing
well-
to comment on that.
Do you have the quote page? Yeah. You wouldn't have to, because you can answer the question, but let's see if we can dig it up in the short time that's available. So it will need to. I think it hasn't been admitted yet with a P exhibit number, but it has been shown to the witness. K036-0808 to K036-1247. And it'll be on page, the stamp number 0935. So this is the October 2001 compendium report under orders War Crimes in Kosovo, covering the entire conflict. And you're dealing at this point in the report with crimes allegedly committed by the KLA in 1998. Let me just see if it's come up. So I don't think we have the right page here. Oh, I see. Sorry. It should be, yes, it should be 0934 and 0935. We'll come back to 0934. If we could just look at 0935 for a moment. That should be page, should say page 101 at the top right. opposite the large text on the right, there is a paragraph that reads, and this is, we're going to look at the time scale and how it evolved over time, but this is 1998. Given regional divisions within the KLA, a central chain of command was sometimes difficult to discern at this period. Even within the operational zones, it was not always clear how much control the various commanders had over their troops. So starting with that first. During that period, up to the end of 1998, you're saying here that there are regional divisions, and I think by that you meant referring to the different zones, correct?
That's correct.
And you're expressing the view that during 1998 a central command was difficult to discern, correct?
Correct.
Right. But not so difficult at the regional level.
Less difficult.
Less difficult. Yes, exactly. Still difficult to determine in many cases whether a crime was committed with the authority of the zone commander, although sometimes there might be, correct?
It would depend on the
circumstances.
situation and the...
On the circumstances, yes. But above zone commander level, you saw no evidence during 1998 of a central command, correct?
No, I wouldn't agree with that.
Okay, we'll go back to that after lunch. But you would agree that a central chain of command was difficult to discern?
More difficult to discern, yes.
Yes. Well, difficult or not? Was it easy to discern?
No, it was
No.
difficult
Was
to
it
discern.
difficult to discern? Thank you.
Yes.
I mean, we don't need to banter, because it sounds as though you're trying to put a spin on things. Perhaps we should just answer the questions, if you don't mind. And if we look a little bit down, further down... Well, I'm sorry, look at the last question and answer.
I still think commentary is really not
Well,
necessary.
I'm just hoping the witness will answer the question.
Yeah, just to go ahead with the questions.
Exactly,
We don't
thank
need
you.
commentary on it.
Now, if we look at the second to last paragraph beginning despite, because here's a situation where you do feel quite comfortable in asserting as a fact that the zone commander committed grave crime.
Which paragraph are you?
The penultimate paragraph on the page, it begins despite, and I want to take it up 3 lines down after the full stop. It is clear that in certain cases, such as the September 1998 murder by KLA forces of 34 people near Glojan, that the local commanders must have known, if not directly ordered, the killings. See that?
I do.
Yes. Just to be clear, do you want to qualify that in the light of what you now know about that, the Glojan Lake Radonich killings?
I would emphasize...
No, just a yes or no answer, please. Would you like to qualify it?
To qualify it. No, I can explain it if you wish, but... not
Well, yes, explain it.
Yes. I would emphasize the must have known.
Well, no, I would emphasize the entire sentence. Must have known, if not directly ordered, the killing. Now,
Can the witness be allowed to
well-
complete his answer?
It's an... Go ahead.
Please, had you finished your answer?
No, Your Honor.
Please finish it.
The emphasis to me that is most relevant is that they must have known, that there would have been knowledge. And if not, ordered the killings, but the stress is that they, or the standard by which we would hold someone to account is the knowledge.
And was that based on your conclusion that this was a regularly used execution site?
It is based on our conclusions that the bodies, I believe 34 bodies were found in or around the lake.
Do you know that 9 of those bodies were people who'd last been seen alive in Serbian custody? Do you know that?
I am not aware of the identities of all of the
Yeah.
victims.
But you were comfortable then, without knowing anything about the facts, to make that assertion,
Yes.
and you stand by it.
By this assertion,
Well, it's one of the two, what you described as most serious, in fact, it was the most serious incident you identified as a KLA war crime in 1998.
I think, knowing what we know today, I would have crafted this sentence slightly
Is
differently.
it a violation of the presumption of innocence of a man who is, in fact, innocent of those crimes?
Well, I don't know that he is innocent, but
Well, so you haven't followed the trial?
I'm aware that he was not convicted.
Yes. Did you read the judgment?
Not in
There was no joint criminal enterprise, according to the court. It wasn't an execution site. People had dumped bodies in the river that had ended up at that point. There was nothing to connect it to any joint criminal enterprise or to the commander of the region. Your entire analysis was proved completely wrong.
I wouldn't agree with
Well,
that assessment.
What, you haven't read it, but you wouldn't agree with it?
No, the
How
way
can you say that?
With the way that you just presented it now.
Well, the facts I've just put to you are facts that you could have read for yourself if you were following the situation in the judgment.
Okay.
You've read the Dick Marty report and revised some of your opinions on the basis of that, correct?
That I disagree with. No.
You haven't read it,
Oh, I've read it, yes.
and you disagree with it.
No, I disagree with the fact that I've revised my
Well,
opinions.
we'll look
based
at
on
that after the break.
It is time for the break now, if that's not difficult.
Not at all.
Okay, we will break for an hour and a half for lunch. You'll be back here at 2:30. Thank you for being with us. Madam Usher will escort you out.
Mr. President, I have just one short issue to raise. I just wanted to alert the panel and the prosecution that we have, the Thaçi and Salimi defense have filed our response to the video link application a day early because we think once you read the application, you'll see there's a lot of issues raised there. It may need a response from the prosecution, and we wanted to draw your attention perhaps to take a look at it over lunch.
Is anybody else in the defense teams anybody else going to file a resistance?
We're not going to file anything else, Your Honour. We've read the Salimi and
You're willing
Thaçi
to stand
position.
by those?
Your Honour?
You're willing to stand by their application?
Yes.
Mr. Roberts, anything?
Mr. President, it's a joint Salimi-Thaçi response. Yeah.
So, and prosecution will still have their response. Or did we say no reply? Do you wish to reply?
Your Honor, I think what I understood Mr. Misicic to be doing was to be courteously advising us that it had been filed early, so we'd take as quick a look at it as possible, so we're in a position to answer the court's question.
Okay, thank you.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Two things before we bring the witness in. Number one, and probably most importantly, we have to leave 5 seconds after a question. You're overlapping significantly, and it's very difficult for the interpreters, and they made a point of coming to tell us about it. So I do the same thing, so I'm just warning. So please do your best to give a pause before you launch into the next very logical question. You know. So, secondly, I have an oral order on the SPO reply to F01768. The panel notes that in F01768, the Thaçi and Salimi defense responded to the SBO's request for video conference testimony for W03827, that is filing F01759, in light of the fact that W03827 is due to testify next week. The panel orders the SBO to file its reply, if any, by tomorrow at noon.
Your Honor, thank you. We will file a reply. I would simply ask, given the number of issues raised, for a bit more time. Tomorrow for sure, but I think some more time would be helpful. I know the court wants time to consider it, but...
Well, I wrote down noon or 4 p.m., so I said noon, because I thought that was the reasonable response.
Did you say noon or 4 p.m., did you say?
4 p.m. will be all right.
Okay, thank you.
Begging works. All right, Madam Usher, you can bring the witness in.
I have to remember that, Judge. You put that in.
All right, Mr. All right, Mr. Abrams, welcome back.
Thank you.
Reminding you to, as I said, speak slowly, speak into the microphone. Please wait and pause before you answer a question so you don't cut somebody off or cut the interpreters off. That has been a problem before in the morning's testimony.
Okay.
I also remind you, you're still under an obligation, of course, to tell the truth, as set out in your solemn declaration. Mr. Emerson will continue with his cross-examination.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Abrams, I was asking you at that stage about the under orders report, which was in 2001, and about the passage on page 101 of that report, where you said, and you can see it there in the second half of the penultimate paragraph, despite these structures, there are no known cases of KLA soldiers having been punished for committing abuses against civilians or government forces, no longer taking active part in hostilities. And when you say there are no known cases, you mean no cases you knew about?
That's correct.
It doesn't mean that there weren't cases.
That's correct.
Or that they weren't known to somebody with better information than you had.
Well, yes, that's correct.
Exactly. You then go on. It is clear that in certain cases, such as the September 1998 murder by KLA forces of 34 people near Glojan, that the local commanders must have known, if not directly ordered the killings. And then you go on to talk about some discipline by commanders in case of other journalists and so forth.
Yes.
Now, do you accept that by 2001, that's the end of your reporting process for the 1998 period, that before making a statement like that, it was incumbent upon you to establish the facts?
Reading this statement now, I do accept that it should be constructed differently.
Yes, well, I'm grateful for that concession, but it goes a little bit further than that, doesn't it, really? Because, first of all, you describe it as a September 1998 murder by KLA forces. What evidence did you have for the fact that there was a murder in September 1998?
Yes, indeed, I would insert, reading it now, alleged murder. These were the claims
Yes, but
at the time.
claims by the Serbs, correct?
Yes, correct.
You recycled Serbian propaganda, didn't you?
This should have been written differently.
Well, you got the allegation from the Serb side, didn't you?
Correct, and we tried to
And you
investigate.
got the allegation in September 9. I'm sorry. Sorry, do finish. I'm so sorry.
Yes, we received this information from the Serbian government or official sources.
Yes, and you never visited the site,
We attempted to visit
but you
the
didn't
site.
visit it
We were denied permission.
by the Serbs.
Correct.
Yeah.
Once again, slow down the responses.
Excuse me.
Did you interview any witness in connection with any of the alleged murders?
No.
No. And when you say September 1998 murder, I mean, are you now aware that no one on that indictment was murdered in September 1998?
Yes, this was poorly phrased.
Well, I think we can. It's if you wish to describe it that way, you're welcome. But it's more than poorly phrased. It's completely wrong. The people in that discovery, such as it was, included 9 victims of Serbian murder in custody, which were then dropped from the indictment for that reason. It included individuals who had died in unknown circumstances in different places at different times throughout the Duka region, but whose bodies had ended up in the Lake Radonich Canal. So when you talk about the September 1998 murder by KLA forces, there was no such murder.
I accept your point.
So it isn't just inelegantly phrased, it's completely wrong.
I didn't say it was inelegantly phrased.
Well, you said it could have been better phrased. It's not about phraseology, it's about being factually completely wrong.
Completely?
Completely wrong.
No, I would write this differently. I
Well, no,
agree with
it
you.
is factually, as a statement of fact, completely wrong. And if you'd like to support any part of it, let's perhaps do.
Well, the September 98 is not accurate. That is correct.
It's not
because,
accurate, neither is the murder by KLA forces.
I would say alleged murder, but maybe not of all. So that is also,
Exactly.
could be phrased better. But that's to your
Excuse me,
point about.
please slow down.
I'm sorry, excuse me. To your point about completely, we should break it down.
Well, we'll come to the evidence of the murders, because we're looking at the moment about your process. This is not about the Glojan case. It's about the difference between the sort of opinions that you feel free to express and come and testify about before a court of law, and, as you've told us, the way you teach your students. You don't have to be rigorous like a court of law. You can... I'm sorry?
I'm waiting for a question rather than
I'm explaining.
a long predicate.
Well, it is a predicate, and it's a necessary predicate. What I'm trying to explore with you is how you go about making such findings and how that differs, as you've told us you teach your students it differs, from a proper forensic examination of the evidence. So, I mean, I'm going to put to you the only accurate part of that entire passage is that bodies were found near Glojan in September 1998. And that's the only part you can legitimately defend, isn't it?
I can definitely defend that. Those bodies were found, and that there were allegations of KLA responsibility. But I readily accept that this sentence should be written differently. I take that into account.
And the allegations were being made by the Serbs, correct?
These allegations were made by Serbian officials, yes.
Whom we now know planted some of the bodies in that vicinity.
I'm not aware of that.
Well, they did move bodies and plant bodies in different places, didn't they? You know that.
Well, what I can speak to is another example of a claim about alleged KLA crimes in the town or area of Klečka that we did investigate.
Which I'm going to come to in a second. That's the kiln oven.
That's correct.
Yes.
Which we did investigate with a little more, a little more rigor.
Exactly. A little more rigor.
Yes.
Did you do any investigation on this one?
On Glođanin, no.
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 I mean, the reason this is important is because you've told us in your witness statement all about how careful your methodology is before you express an opinion. You never use single sources, only multiple sources. You check the facts where possible. Mm-hmm. You wholly failed to do any of those things in this instance, didn't you?
You have identified a case here that was not done up to those standards.
Yeah. You identified it as one of the two most important atrocities. Sorry.
Yes.
Mr. Emerson, and I don't know if it's intentional or not, I'm not making an accusation, but is repeatedly stepping on the witness as he's trying to answer.
Well, I'm so sorry. If I'm doing that, it's definitely not intentional. I've heard the judge's ruling.
You are doing it, and I've reminded you 3 times already since we started.
You're absolutely right, and sometimes it's definitely not intentional. I will leave a gap between
Count
the
to
two.
3.
It's probably a good idea for more reasons than one. You didn't conduct any investigation in relation to the allegation that the Serb authorities put out, did you?
We did not conduct an in-depth investigation.
Any investigation?
And, may I continue my... mentioned this, but did not feature it prominently. This is in a chapter about... well, I'm not sure if it's the chain of command chapter. I believe it is.
Yeah.
But it's different than presenting it, and we never did present Glođana or Lake Radonić as a case, or claimed that we had investigated it.
No. First of all, let's just take it stages. You didn't investigate it at all.
That's correct. Well, no, that's not correct. Sorry, we attempted. We attempted to visit the site.
Yes,
we attempted to visit the site.
You didn't succeed, and you conducted no investigation, and all of the things.
We were prevented. We were blocked from access.
Yes.
You're talking over each other again.
I think it was the other way around this time. But we must both make an effort, simply for the translators and the transcript as well as everything else. You, Human Rights Watch, did not conduct an investigation. You might have tried to, you might have wanted to, but you didn't.
Maybe we are parsing words here.
Okay.
Right.
I think
because
one of us is, definitely.
We attempted. We went to the site.
You got to the site?
We tried to go to Lake Radonić. We were denied. No, excuse me. My recollection is at that point the bodies had already been removed and were being held, I believe, in a hotel as a makeshift morgue.
Correct.
We were denied access to the hotel.
Mm-hmm. But you did go to Lake Radonić?
And to the lake itself, I do not believe we went to the lake itself.
To the area where the bodies had been recovered from?
We went to this makeshift morgue.
Right, so you didn't look at the site of the recovery of the bodies. So you weren't able to do any of the things that you've said in your witness statement Human Rights Watch always does before making a finding or declaration.
We did not conduct a deep investigation and did not pretend to in this case.
There are 2 things I want to say about that, I want to ask you about. First of all, your witness statement tells us unequivocally that you would never make a statement about a particular event without multiple sources to corroborate. Did you have any?
Did you have multiple sources to corroborate any of the things that you put in the reports about this incident?
About this incident. This statement and the references to the Glojana are based on the information we had at the time, and I readily accept that we did not conduct a full investigation. We did not claim to. So I accept your proposition and your critique.
And you readily accept as well that in at least one instance, which we'll come to, the Klečka so-called kiln incident, as matters turned out on investigation, it was a fabricated crime scene by the Serbs.
So I can say a bit more about the Klečka.
Well, I'm going to ask you back to, I don't want to take it out of order because we're going to have to look at that in a bit of detail. Mm-hmm. When it comes, and I accept, by the way, straight away, that you did qualify in relation to that, the nature of your findings from the outset. But my question here is, you were very much aware that it was the practice of the Serbian military forces to move bodies either out of Kosovo, even exhuming whole grave scenes and taking them to Serbia, and that they would also manipulate crime scenes to implicate the KLA in false flag operations. Two questions.
I'm just pausing. Yes, two parts. So on the first part of that question, I am in full agreement. It was a well-orchestrated, systematic campaign by Serbian forces to remove bodies out of Kosovo into Serbia, for which there is still glaring impunity. And I personally documented cases where bodies were removed. On the second part, I believe.
Yeah, false flag operation.
Of your question. The Klečka case raised significant concerns.
Which we'll come to.
I don't have evidence that they manipulated or moved bodies with regards to Klečka. They may have. What I do believe about Klečka is the evidence they presented was highly problematic.
Yes. Well, we'll come to that in a minute. But knowing what you know, I mean, were you aware that it emerged in the Haradinaj trial that Serbian forces had deliberately been issued with Chinese ammunition to make it appear that attacks had been committed by the KLA, were the only party to the conflict that used Chinese as opposed to Yugoslav ammunition? Is that something you're aware of? No,
I'm hearing that for the first time.
Well, there was, you can take it from me, there was very clear evidence to that effect. So with that, I mean, indeed, if we came through the transcript, there are orders of the Serbian forces operating in that area with that intention. On the first limb of the question, I mean, you must, I'm sure, be aware of the lorry load of Kosovo Albanian civilians' bodies that was found in a container at the bottom of the Danube.
Indeed, very aware.
And of the very large number of Albanian civilian corpses that were found buried within the precincts of a PJP, Serbian military police compound inside Serbia.
Indeed.
And more generally, I think it's right to say, isn't it, that you're bound to be aware of the fact that as the war emerged towards the end of 1998 and throughout the early part of 1999, there was, in fact, a completely coordinated approach to clean up the crime scenes of Serbian crimes in Kosovo.
My investigations on that are fully confirming post
Yes.
The operation was in June 1999. That's what I can speak to, and it was systematic.
Did it have a name?
This cleansing operation, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It very well may have.
I mean, there's documentation establishing that it was Serbian military policy to uplift as many Albanian corpses as a result of Serbian massacres as could be uploaded and have them out of the site of war crimes investigated.
I have written about this, and I consider it an ongoing crime for which there has been a woeful lack of accountability.
So let's go back to this sentence for a last time then. Obviously, you wish you'd written it in different language. I mean, do you agree that even when you're in charge, Human Rights Watch can get things completely wrong?
I acknowledge that this sentence should have been written differently.
And certainly if you knew, sorry,
Yes.
certainly if you knew then what you know now, you obviously wouldn't write it like that.
Correct. I would have written that the local commander must have known about the existence of bodies. That I do believe.
Why do you believe that?
My view is when 34 people are dumped, regardless of the circumstances, it's very likely. Let me put it that way. I wouldn't say must have known,
No, certainly
but likely would have known.
Do you know where they were
and
dumped?
should have investigated.
Sorry, I apologise.
And
Do you know?
should have
You say
investigated.
you make that statement. Must have known, but
No.
sorry, I'm not talking across him now. Appreciate there was a little overlap, but I'm very much conscious of the ruling. And sometimes I think both of us slip, but I'm trying my best. I'm sorry if I'm falling short. Do you know now, or did you know then, that all of these individuals had been found in completely disparate parts of, taken in, or disappeared in completely disparate parts of the Dukagjin region, and had entered the canal area at completely different times? Did you know that?
I'm not familiar with the specifics of the case, no.
I mean, would you still say that he must have known that? The commander must have known if for a large number of them, nobody knows who killed them or how or when they went into the canal.
I would say likely should have known.
So we now should have known.
That's what I said before.
Must have known is what you said.
I believe I said should have known.
Sorry, no. I mean, on the page, it says must have known.
Well.
That's what you wrote. He must have known.
I'm saying what I would say now. You
I
asked
see.
me.
Sorry, I apologise. Likely should have known. Can you tell us what that's based on? What elements you rely on for that conclusion? Yeah.
The authority of the regional commanders and their knowledge of activities within their zones of command, which was not absolute,
Yes, but-
and hence my likely should have known.
But just to be clear, let us say for the sake of hypothesis that there was no evidence at all that any of the people in the canal had been killed by the KLA. That isn't the case. Some of them had, or killed by members of the KLA at different times and in different places. But your presumption of knowledge is based on hypothetical facts that you don't know to exist, isn't it?
It's based on my analysis of this situation, but not having investigated it. And maybe I should clarify because
sorry.
if there's a difference between if I were obliged to rewrite this sentence now is different from me publishing something now on that point. If you understand the distinction.
I think that is quite a fine distinction.
I don't agree with you.
Okay. Would you agree with me that if you were trying to rewrite this sentence, this sentence now, it would be appropriate to take the word must and turn it into a might?
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay.
I'm okay with
So
that.
would you agree then that no court could hang a cat on that sentence?
I think we have established that this sentence falls short of our standards.
Yes.
And because, if I may complete my I thought. Because you have referenced trainings and teachings. One of the points that I make to students and trainees is to be open to critique and to accept when something could be improved. And that is a core and fundamental aspect of accurate and professional reporting.
And I absolutely accept that being open to admit your mistakes is an important part of improvement as well. So do you use this example as a case study of poor reporting in your teaching?
Until now, no.
Will you?
But I will gladly consider it in courses for the future.
Thank you. You see, you say you didn't report on it, but in fact, that crime appears throughout the reports, doesn't it? Right from the beginning, when you first reported as fact just the allegation that the Serbs had given to you.
The Glojani, you're speaking of Glojan,
Yeah.
Radonic, that incident and that situation, that location, is mentioned in a number of reports.
Well, it's mentioned in your first report, humanitarian law violations. Then you cite back to that report to mention it in the second report, detentions and the under orders report, which we've just seen, and there's an earlier passage about it. But even in your witness statement to the SPO, you cite two examples of the most serious crimes. That's one of them, and the other one is Klečka. Now we'll look at Klečka literally in just a second, but can we just first call up? Well, actually, whilst we're here, can I just go through one other passage whilst we're on this exhibit and on the page before as well, I want to ask you about a slightly different topic so we don't have to keep going back to the same exhibit. Can we go to 935 at the top? That's the page before. I just want to ask you about certain aspects. Is that 9? No. 935. I'm sorry. I should have taken you to 934. I apologise. So, looking at the second paragraph there, throughout early 1998, the KLA was primarily a disorganised collection of armed villages, often built around family structures, without a clear chain of command. And that you agree with that?
Yes, primarily, and in early 1998, yes.
And that would be up till when? June, July?
Yes, I would say that's correct. The July, August, the first major operation was July in Orahovac.
Yes, I mean, we'll come back to that, your views on Orahovac in a while. But it goes on, strong regionalism dominated the organisation, as evidenced by the post-war splintering of the insurgency. Operational areas, and for that, can we assume you mean zones, as
yes.
they guess, raised their own funds and purchased their own weapons. You see, just at the end of that paragraph, yeah?
Yes.
Yes. So, can I take it you would agree, therefore, that during that period, indeed the first zone commanders we know from other evidence weren't appointed until June, but is it your assessment that the zone commanders enjoyed a very high degree of autonomy within their own zones?
Yes, that is my understanding. It was my understanding at the time of writing, which is this is under orders.
Yes.
No? So 2001.
Yes. We'll come back to what your views, how your views have changed since then. But that was certainly your view, a very high degree of decentralised operation where the zone commanders were effectively the lords of their own domain.
That's correct. And their relationship to any central authority was at the time unclear.
Yes.
Unclear to me.
Yes. There then followed, very shortly after this period of June, July, the major Serbian offensive that routed the KLA. Is that right?
That's correct. July 19 and 21, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. And it went right way through and continued all the way through to September.
That's correct.
Yes.
That's correct.
And all the centres of KLA activity, such as the Dukagjin region, the KLA was dispersed. It had lost its even the rudimentary command structures that it had at that time during the Serbian and as a result of the Serbian offensive.
It was certainly dispersed.
Yes.
How the Serbian offensive, Serbian and Yugoslav offensive, impacted the command structure was unclear to me.
Yes. Well, you've said some things about it in the past, which I'll come back to. If we look further down that paragraph, then, halfway down the next paragraph, there's a sentence that begins, the ceasefire period from December 1998 to March 1999 was used to strengthen Central Command and reorganise operations. Do you see that?
I do.
By March 1999, the KLA was a better organised rebel force, albeit with strong personalities in the various regions who did not always agree with one another. You see that?
I do.
So you appear to be saying here that the level of disorganisation and the lack of central command was only put right in or by March 1999.
I take this to mean that it was strengthened in that period, that it existed to a degree prior to that, but became more formalized by March 1999.
And that, of course, is when, the 24th of March, is when the NATO bombing began.
Correct.
And it's also, we know from the record, when the Serbian campaign of crimes against humanity throughout Kosovo, which was the subject of the Djordjevic and Milutinovic trials in which you testified, began.
Correct. And Milosevic.
And Milosevic, exactly. The most intense period of systematic, widespread crimes against humanity in which something in the region of 10,000 people, is that right, lost their lives, Albanians?
That's the estimate number, yes.
That came straight after you say the KLA had got its act together, a bit more.
You mean the timing of the Serbian offensive, not offensive, but the beginning of the NATO bomb?
NATO bombed on the 24th of
Sorry,
March.
I'm not following exactly your point. I apologize.
NATO bombing began on the 24th of March.
Correct.
And that immediately triggered a massive ethnic cleansing campaign that was the result, which was the basis of the prosecutions in Milutinovic, Djordjevic, and, as you say, Milosevic, in which there was an intensification of hostilities specifically against civilians, with a view to causing, and it was done, we've had some discussion about this before, people use the expression either Operation Horseshoe, which I think is open to doubt as a correct operation name, but a horseshoe formation. It was from the northeast of Kosovo down to push those who were fleeing in its wake over the borders with Macedonia, Albania, and to a lesser extent Montenegro. Is that right?
I agree with that description.
So the Serbian crimes against humanity campaign began at the moment you're saying the KLA had become better organised.
The timing is the same, yes.
Yes. Yes, just, I mean, it's important just to get the context of organisation questions. But you say, by March, KLA was a better organised rebel force. And then you go on to say, albeit with strong personalities in the various regions who did not always agree with one another. Correct?
Correct.
The strong personalities in the various regions, that's a reference to the zone commanders, isn't it?
That's correct.
Yes. So the zone commanders didn't agree with each other about what to do. according to this, is that right?
Oh, yes, there were, in my opinion, there were disagreements
Yeah.
and not always full agreement
Yes.
on policy, strategy.
Exactly. But the biggest disagreement came at Rambouillet, didn't it? Where those who represented the KLA tried to sign an agreement that would postpone a final solution of Kosovo status for 3 years. I mean, I hope I don't trespass in any way. I mean, this is the delegation that Mr. Thaçi was leading, was trying to reach a peace agreement that would end the immediate violence, but postpone the final resolution of Kosovo independence with an interim period of autonomy.
Correct.
And you know, don't you, that the zone commanders were violently opposed to that happening?
My understanding is there were disagreements because signing the Rambouillet agreement meant autonomy, which was less than full independence.
Yes.
And so I can't speak to violent or not, but certainly there were disagreements which necessitated Mr. Thaçi and others to go back to Kosovo and to speak,
Because
to consult.
they didn't have the authority to make an agreement because of the zone commanders, these strong personalities, having such a grip over their own individual fiefdoms. Is that fair?
May I respond
Yes, please.
to that? My assessment, and this is an analysis, is this decision to sign the Rambouillet Accords was deeply significant. It was a pivotal moment for the history of Kosovo. There were clear indications of disagreement. I always understood Mr. Thaçi and the delegation's return or hesitancy and need to consult as a reflection of that seriousness.
Yes. And you know, don't you, that when it was eventually, or an amended version was eventually negotiated and signed by the KLA delegation in Paris, that there was still a very high degree of dissent amongst the zone commanders, and that Adam Demaci, until then, the head of the political directorate in Pristina, resigned because of the decision that had been taken. You know that?
So I am aware that not everybody agreed
Yes.
with the signing of the Accords.
Yes. Can we just then turn? My concern in these questions is looking at command as it seemed to you in 2001. So we just look over the page. We then get that second passage that we mentioned. Given the regional divisions, this is at page 0935 towards the top. It's the second paragraph. We've looked at this briefly, but it's in the context of the previous passage and your views there. Given the regional divisions within the KLA, a central chain of command was sometimes difficult to discern, even within the operational zones. It wasn't clear how much control the various commanders had over their troops. So that as a description of the period 1998 up until, as you've told us, March 1999. That's a fair summary.
Yes,
Yes.
I believe that's accurate.
Yes. Could we... I just want to look at a couple of your answers in the Djordjevic trial, which is on the prosecution's queue, in relation to the period 1998. So we need to call it up as ERN... sorry, I apologize. ERN IT/05/87_1 or P00740. Right. Not 882. Well, what's that one then? What about the one around there? / slight difference between the references. One is to a PDF. So are you saying it should be 882? Or?
This is the one down, Vicky. Page 77 PDF.
And that one? Also 77. So in the PDF version, in the system, it's page 77 of the PDF, I'm told. It's we can look first. It's the following page, I think. 882, exactly. If we can start, I hope I've got this right, at lines 4 to 10. Thank you is the question. This is your testimony, just to orientate yourself. Do you have any information?
Sorry, I apologize. Where just to
it should be
identify the
line
line.
4.
Yes, sorry, I see it.
Yeah. So question is, thank you. Do you have any information, and we are still in 1998, about the strength of the KLA? How many members did it have? How were they organised? You reply not unreasonably. What month in 1998? Question, we're talking about June, July, August. And you say, at that time, the KLA was still a disparately organised armed group. My understanding from that time and from subsequent research is that it was highly decentralised, so that there was a central command, but authority rested to a great extent with the regional commanders in the field. So again, is that another way of putting the same testimony, or is it a slightly different way?
I think it's consistent.
So highly decentralised, with authority resting throughout the summer of 1998 to a great extent with the zone commanders. Is that right?
I think that is correct.
Thank you. If we look down a little further, lines 10 to 13. It should, yes. 10. Yes, at that time, this is, I'm sorry, I think, have we just had that one? No. No, it's, I think, sorry, just, would you, is that a different? I think we've actually, unless I've got that wrong, it's been covered already in the previous citation. I'm sorry, yeah, apologies for that. So that's the first item I wanted to ask you about. Could we also look at how you described this in your interview notes with the prosecution, the notes of your interview with or the statement that you made for the prosecution, which is 07, so it's ET 075552 to 075578. Sorry, 075578. So it starts with 075552. We should, if we can go to page, I've got it down as paragraph 103 and 104, so that is page 22. Now, you're talking here about the post-June 1999 violence and the issue of whether, and I'm going to come to that in a bit more detail, the issue of whether people might have just sewn a KLA patch on and gone out and attacked their neighbours, and so forth. But the context, I want to look at where you thought things stood then in relation to the autonomy of the zone commanders, because you say, although it is correct that anyone can sew a badge on the uniform. I did not believe them I did not believe then and do not believe now that this explained the whole situation. My view was that the frequency and extent of those crimes wouldn't have been possible without at the very least the consent of local KLA commanders, who mostly had effective control over activities within their respective areas of responsibility, and that these commanders could have significantly reduced, if not stopped, these crimes if they had wanted to. You see that passage?
I do.
Yeah. So we're talking now about people returning to Kosovo in the post-Kumanovo June 12th immediate aftermath, where you've described there having been quite a number of crimes committed against Serb civilians, and the discussion that you had had with Mr. Thaçi about was it people sewing badges on or what, which is a separate question. But your considered position in your statement in this tribunal is that the highest it can be put is that the local KLA commanders who continue to have effective control on activities within their respective areas of responsibility could have stopped it if they'd wanted to.
I believe I stand by this statement with just a response to your comment now. I believe you said the highest it could be put.
Well, I'm looking at the words without, at the very least, the consent of the local commanders.
At the
So
very
that means you can't put it any higher, doesn't it?
So it means that I believe the local commanders could have taken steps, yes, that's
what you mean.
what's meant here. Yes.
And you've already told us you're not accusing anybody in this courtroom of having command responsibility or having committed a crime on that basis. So presumably that's why you can't say anything further than the local zone commanders could have stopped it if they'd wanted to, in your opinion.
That's my opinion.
Yeah. And in the following paragraph 104, you begin to talk about the property disputes. I mean, we've heard about long-running property disputes between Albanians and so forth, but there were really serious problems when people had occupied or were in houses who were Serbian ethnicity, which Albanians believed were theirs. Correct?
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I understood.
The long-running property disputes was one of the factors that erupted when the refugees all returned.
Property disputes were among the issues that were prominent.
Long-running grudges going back to the pre-war days.
I can't speak to that. I don't know the nature of all of these disputes. What I do know is because I was made aware, I learned of cases at the time, of Serbian families who fled, left their apartments, and then those apartments were occupied. And there were sometimes disputes over then who could live there, who would own that property. And those types of disputes were not infrequent.
And with a lot of weapons flowing around and no effective law and order, they not infrequently resulted in killings, correct?
I'm not aware of concrete cases that resulted in killings, but it is true there were arms and tensions did rise to violence.
Well, given if I'm to put it this way, your willingness to help the court with your opinions, you would regard it as highly likely, wouldn't you, that with weapons flowing around, disputes like that, long-running grudges, would erupt into shootings and killings?
They could. I
could.
would say they could.
Yes, exactly. And if we look a little further down, these property disputes were common in Pristina because some Kosovo Albanians had occupied apartments of local Serbs who had fled, often after being threatened. Similarly, I heard that people apparently went to the KLA commanders for permission to open business, therefore suspect that there are examples of KLA commanders or influential members exercising that type of de facto authority. Again, you're talking about zone commanders and sub beneath that level, local commanders. And
Yes, I think we're talking, well, I'm talking here specifically about Pristina.
yes, I see that.
Right. So those would have been commanders with authority in that area.
Yes. But it wasn't just in Pristina that these things were happening, was it?
Correct. I am more familiar with what happened in
That's
Pristina.
perfectly a reasonable observation. And before I move on to my next topic, tell us in summary about the kiln and the allegation of a crematorium to burn KLA victims' remains in Klečka. Tell us the story from when you first heard about it to the involvement of the Serbian judge and your conclusions.
First learned about this accusation in, I believe, September, when I was in Kosovo. The Serbian state claimed to have uncovered evidence of grave KLA crimes and the discovery of bodies in this, it's not a city, really, Klečka. And we did look into it and found that the Serbian claims raised serious questions and concerns. So I cannot say that no crimes were committed there. I cannot say that the KLA is not responsible for violence against people who were found there, but I can say, or who are alleged to have been found there. But I can say the Serbian presentation left very serious doubts. For example, if you want me to continue, I can. They brought, I believe, is it two or one? At least one individual to testify before the media. And this person was interrogated by an investigative judge from Pristina, who was quite notorious. I remember her name, Danica Marinkovic. She was known for being the prosecutor in cases that involved political detainees and torture, and I documented many of those cases. And she interrogated this person before the media, which is, of course, for us, needless to say, a large red flag.
And is it fair to say, and I don't need to take you to the passages, but I accept that the way that you described it from the outset in your report was as a highly questionable allegation potentially staged by the Serbian authorities?
Yes, the way we presented it was to clarify our remaining questions about the allegations.
Yes. So the two examples that you've cited in your witness statement as the most significant crimes committed by the KLA, albeit that you qualify that one, are that one which you're not in a position to support, but you do make that clear from the outset, and the Lake Radonic investigation, which you didn't conduct, but I don't mean to be rude, but recycled Serbian propaganda about, albeit unwittingly. Correct?
I would ask to see where in my statements I refer to those.
Give me a
to
moment.
those two.
Well, I think we will find it. Will you give me a moment for that? I'll have it looked up and I'll come back to you. But you here we are. I think we can start, in fact, with the humanitarian law violations report, and so that's 0364783 at 0364787. What? I can't even read that. The other one, please. Can you just look it up? Sorry, I do apologize.
Can we perhaps repeat the number or identify the presentation queue?
Yes, it's a report we've looked at this afternoon and before. It's humanitarian law violations in Kosovo. Its ERN is 0364783. Oh, it's K0364783. Oh, it's been given a P number already, has it? P380. It's where you deal with these two incidents together. If we start at page 75 of the report, which is 364865, yes, exactly. Start there, we can see it's under the heading of violations of the rules of law, and you make various general comments. And if we go over the page to 866, you'll see you set out some quotations from KLA public statements. And then when you move to the specifics at 77, that's 867, the next page, after the quotations, you move directly to the specifics, in which you first of all deal with the Lake Radonic attack, and then the most serious allegation made against the UCK prior to the September 9th announcement was the Yugoslav government's accusation that in the village of Klečka, the UCK had executed 22 civilians, including women and children, and burned their bodies. The police claimed to have discovered human remains and a kiln used to cremate bodies when they recaptured Klečka from the UCK on August the 27th. The details of the execution-style killings were provided by two ethnic Albanians who the Yugoslav authorities said were UCK fighters. One of them, Bekat Mazreku, was presented to foreign reporters while in police custody and then questioned by Danica Marinkovic, an investigating judge from Pristina who had been involved in a number of political trials in which ethnic Albanians were tortured. Mazreku was not allowed to speak independently to the journalists. According to the New York Times, one man whose videotaped interrogation was made available to the New York Times today gave accounts that did not make sense and which the police say they cannot corroborate. There's a denial by the KLA spokesman, and then you conclude, as of the 1st of September 1998, Human Rights Watch was not able to confirm the charges about Klečka. So that's one way you very clearly, from the earliest stage, make it clear. However, that there are very serious doubts that this is a genuine crime site at all, and that it may have been a fabricated allegation backed up by confessions, if that's the right word, obtained under torture. But it's bracketed there, you see, with your first reference on September the 9th to the other announcement made on the same day by the Serbs of the finding of the bodies at Lake Radonic. You see that?
But I believe that's back up, no?
Yes, exactly.
The
there were two announcements made by the Serb authorities on the same day. One was the Klečka kiln crematorium allegation, which you qualify, and one was the announcement that there had been a UCK site discovered with 34 bodies, both of them announced on the same day. And you managed, did you, to get to see the situation at Klečka, but not at Glojan?
So, may I respond
Yes.
to this? So first, if scrolling up, if I may, to page 77, I believe it's in the, at least in the printed version of this report, would be page 77. You can see, thank you, that's, yes. The first paragraph about the allegations in Glojan.
Yep.
And I note this is different from, I mean, this is phrased as a police announcement, right?
Yes.
It is an allegation.
And you don't purport to back it up until
No.
2001 when you adopt it as a fact.
In here, it is presented in a qualified way. And the Klečka allegations are the same. But we had more details about, at the time, about the Klečka allegations, which we considered problematic.
And obviously you read the opinions of other people as well, that they considered, in the New York Times, for example, that they considered it problematic as well.
Apparently,
Yes. Did you? Is that something you would have attached weight to, the opinion of the New York Times?
We use media sources as a part of the mosaic, if I may use that term, not to rely on allegations, but to use it in ways that will help us understand.
So the thing that I'm struggling with is there you are, perfectly properly qualifying that allegation, and as regards the Rake Radonic, reporting it what it was, which was an allegation, uninvestigated, unverified, by the Serbs, announced on the same day. Nothing more than that.
We have stated the facts.
So what changed between that report in 2001 when you endorsed it as a known fact? That these were the KLA killings in September 1998, and that the zone commander must have either ordered them or known about them, because they were KLA killings in his zone. What changed between these two reports? You told us you didn't conduct any investigation, so did something change, or was it just a change of heart, change of mind, change of nuance, passing the language? What was it that changed? I mean, you see there's a difference, don't you? You see that there's a
Yes.
difference.
Yes, I recognize the difference.
Well, can you tell us why it's so different?
No, I cannot.
Did you just make it up? Did you just change your mind about how you're going to put it? You're going to endorse and recycle the allegation?
No, we didn't just make it up, but I would have written that line differently, as I've said
No, but
repeatedly.
that's not the concession I'm inviting you to make. I'm inviting so that the judges can analyse the quality of your materials and decide what weight to put on your opinions. This is how you put it accurately in October 1998. In the 2001 report, as we've seen, you categorically describe it as killings by the KLA in September 1998, so not reported in, but in September 1998, about which the zone commander must have known or have authorised. Now, what changed? What did you do between those two reports? What did you learn between those two reports that caused such a dramatic change of position from this has been reported along with another bogus report to we endorse this as a fact? What changed?
I'm not aware of anything changing.
So you just changed your mind about the language you would use?
We crafted those sentences in ways that I would do differently, that did not
No,
meet
it's
our
not
standards.
that. I do apologise, but you're not answering my question. You've already conceded you made a big mistake on the facts in the second report. That's not what I'm asking. Is it the case that nothing changed between the two?
I'm going to object now. This has been asked and answered a number of times.
That has.
Yes, it has.
Nothing changed, correctly understood?
Between...
It's the same, just made the objection. I believe it was ruled on, and you asked the question again.
I've asked it enough times.
Very well. So the overall theme here is what is the difference between, as you teach your students, between your process of investigating the facts and making conclusions of fact and what happens in the courtroom? Because your evidence is being tendered to assist the judges.
Your Honor, please, can we move on to questions rather than argument or statements?
Just make a straightforward question if
Yes,
you have it.
I'm going to. I want to ask you, you say, first of all, I want to read to you, if I may, from the analysis that was done in the Haradinaj case about the killings, because you've testified that you know of nothing to suggest that any killings attributed to the KLA were investigated. That's what you've testified, correct?
That we did not investigate those
No,
cases.
you've also testified that you are not aware of the KLA investigating those types of deaths. You've made quite a big point about it, in fact, haven't you?
As to the best of my knowledge, they did not.
Yes.
No.
So, just bear with me a moment. It's okay. See? That's it. Yeah. So, if you'll bear with me for a moment, I'm just going to read to you two short passages from the judgment in that case, which might, I'm going to ask you to comment on. Paragraph, so the reference is IT 0484, and it's the trial judgment of the 3rd of April 2008. The trial chamber has received extensive evidence, in particular about the perpetrators and the circumstances surrounding the death of only one of the alleged murders, namely that of Sania Balai. The case of this victim demonstrates the level of caution with which the trial chamber should proceed when considering inferences as to responsibility on the mere basis of the disappearance or abduction of a person and the discovery of the body of that person in the Radonjic Canal area. That's paragraph 159. Paragraph 161. If the trial chamber would not have received the more detailed evidence in relation to the alleged murder of Sania Balai, this incident would likely have impressed upon the trial chamber that the murder had been committed in KLA custody as defined above. All the elements appear to be present: an arrest by KLA soldiers, the inclusion of Sania Balai on what seems to have been a wanted list used by the soldiers, transportation to and interrogation in a KLA headquarters, retrieval of the bodily remains in the Radonjic Canal area, and forensic medical evidence of a violent death. At first sight, this would make it among the strongest cases for which the prosecution asked the trial chamber to draw the inference about the murders committed in KLA custody. However, in this case, where detailed evidence was led about the circumstances under which Sania Balai met her death, the apparent conclusion would have been the wrong conclusion. Now, pausing there, you accept, don't you, that proper examination can, in circumstances such as this, lead to the entirely opposite conclusion about this case that you have commented on?
I'm just struggling to understand the question exactly. You're asking
Well, I'm
me-
saying a proper examination under critical circumstances where the evidence is fairly evaluated could lead to the opposite conclusion, to the sort of knee-jerk conclusion that you chose to put out.
A thorough and proper and professional investigation is the best way to expose the facts.
And paragraph 475, and this is what I wanted to ask you about your assertion about investigations. With regard to the murders of Sania Balai and Istref and Nurie Krasniqi, the trial chamber has, in sections of the judgment above, concluded that there are reasonable alternatives to KLA involvement in the crimes, namely that the three persons were murdered by persons who were not acting under the direction of or in pursuit of the policies of the KLA. That's just a factual conclusion. In this respect, the trial chamber considers, with regard to Sania Balai, in particular, that Ramesh Haradinai, among others, insisted on an investigation into her death and that such investigations were in fact undertaken. So there is clear conclusion and evidence that there were investigations being conducted.
I take your word for that.
But you do understand that when you repeatedly say the investigations were not, as far as we know, conducted by the KLA, that is capable of being misunderstood as an assertion that these deaths were not investigated by the local KLA commanders.
We never asserted that there were no. We said always that we were not aware of any.
But you understand the implication, don't you, of that statement? As a Human Rights Watch representative, you understand the implication is that no such investigations were conducted.
No, I do not accept that. We state it clearly to convey that we are not aware, but there may be other cases beyond our knowledge.
Can we then go back to the humanitarian law violations report? That's, so make sure I get it right this time, it's P380, thank you. If we can just hold that up on the screen for a moment, there's a couple of issues I want to ask you about. We may not need to go to the citations, but apart from those two instances, most of the report, just like the under orders report, is concerned with proving Serb crimes, correct?
Correct. Serb and Yugoslav.
Pardon?
Serbian and Yugoslav.
Yeah. And you've explained that's because they were far, far greater in number and seriousness. But that's not an issue for this trial chamber. My point is that apart from those two instances that we've looked at, the other examples that you give in that report are all cited to the Humanitarian Law Centre. I mean, we can go through it if you want, but the footnotes have been checked, and all of the examples of the abduction of Serbs and others are cited to Humanitarian Law Centre report.
So maybe I can attempt
Please.
to answer your question. And there are perhaps two parts to my answer, if you'll bear with me.
Of course.
The first part is this report, the IHL violations in Kosovo, is predominantly focused on Serbian and Yugoslav crimes. Our resources were primarily focused on that. At the same time, we felt it was important to include mention and report on violations by all parties to the conflict. Just bear with me, I implore you. Part of that is also to remind the parties to the conflict of their obligations and to raise what we considered to be credible allegations. Now, that is one reason why this report is reliant on these credible secondary sources, coupled with the atmosphere in Kosovo at the time, including concerns for security, which made it more difficult to investigate crimes, or alleged crimes, by the KLA because people were less willing to speak about them. Now, the reason we included the chapter and felt it crossed a threshold was not for any specific case, but the full collection and the full body of evidence, if you will, that rose to us to a point of credibility, stating the sources and putting on notice. Well, one moment, please. So that's the context of this reporting. And the second part of my question, of my response, if I may, briefly, is I would like to make a distinction between the reporting by us on KLA abuses over time, and it's relevant. Because the timing of this report was where the predominant, the majority of abuses were by state forces, and our focus was on state forces. Following this was the report, Detentions and Abuse, I believe it's called, which continued that trajectory and also relied primarily on secondary sources. But over time, that changed. And I do believe there's a distinction to be made, in particular with the report Abuses Against Serbs and Roma in the New Kosovo, where the context is entirely different. This is post-Kumanova, and I'm just coming to my end. But the methodology is distinctly different.
Absolutely.
And in that report, we visited dozens of locations. We interviewed dozens of witnesses and victims. We visited crime scenes. My colleague even saw bodies. And so there is a difference and a distinction.
Absolutely.
Between those.
And we're going to look at that period, which is relating to post-Kumanavo, June 1999. It'll be tomorrow now, but I'm not asking you about the work that was done by, it was Ben Ward, wasn't it, who authored that report?
Primarily,
yes.
not exclusively.
And interviews were conducted and so forth. I'm going to look at that with you and things you've said about it in the past tomorrow. I asked you a really very simple question, which is that the remainder of that section, where you're describing alleged abductions by the KLA, and there are specific cases, so it's not just a pattern. We're not just saying we've looked at the Humanitarian Law Centre, we like them, they're credible, therefore this is what they find. No, you adopt them case by case, and the citation in the footnote is to a published Humanitarian Law Centre report, which had just been published when you published your report. Now, I entirely understand your main focus was Serbian crimes, and I entirely understand you can't overlook allegations against the KLA. But apart from the two we've already discussed, the Glojan incident and the Kletchka incident, everything else is cited to Humanitarian Law Centre report. Would you accept that, or do I need to go through footnote by footnote and show you?
Yes, and to spare time, I accept your...
Yes, well, it can be checked if I'm wrong. Now, we talked about the presumption of innocence and not making statements about people's guilt as an important safeguard for a fair investigation and a fair trial. But also, presumably, you accept what the fundamental difference between this type of reporting and a proper examination of the facts is that you need to be able to evaluate the reliability of the information. Correct?
Correct.
Now, does the Humanitarian, or did the Humanitarian Law Centre adopt the same approach to disclosing the identities and statements of its witnesses as Human Rights Watch?
Did they reveal their sources, is your question? I would have to look back at but I would say one point, because I knew the Humanitarian Law Centre very well.
This is Natasha Kandic.
She was the director, and still is, I believe, the director of the organization. I knew her researchers who worked in Kosovo, and held them in very high regard. And this is worth mentioning, because it's not just that I liked them, but I was aware of their methodology. We discussed together how to conduct research. We shared information about leads and investigative approaches, and I considered their methodology to be professional. So relying on their reporting is not how I would put it. Citing their reporting was based on my firsthand experience the seriousness with which they pursued their work.
Well, I understand that you regarded them as a reliable NGO, and despite the fact that they were based in Belgrade and Serbia, I'm not challenging any of that, because we know that they reported on both sides with equal determination. So there's no suggestion of that. But clearly, before you can state something happened, as you've told us, you need to have multiple sources. You need to ensure that you triangulate the information, I think was your word. You look for corroboration, never rely on a single source. And you have to evaluate somebody that you're interviewing. Yes?
Agreed.
Did you ever meet any of the people who gave that information to Natasha Kandic's organisation? Did you ever interview them?
Me directly, myself?
Yes. Anyone from Human Rights Watch?
Those people, no.
No. So you didn't make an assessment of the credibility of the witnesses?
I made an assessment of the credibility of the interviewer.
Exactly. You made an assessment of the credibility of somebody who was describing events based on witnesses that they had interviewed, correct?
Correct.
And then you assessed that because the assessor was credible, that meant you could state them as facts.
Yes and no. Because the key here is the distinction between documentation of individual cases and the full collection of those cases. And that's a distinction that we talk about in our training, and it's about the burden of proof on individual cases and the burden of proof on patterns, because we're talking about multiple cases here and consistent patterns of abuse, so that taken together in their entirety, we believed it presented a credible case that deserved a public reporting.
Yes. Well, if we just look at how that then plays out. So we start at case 0364-868, which is the last page we looked at when you were describing the kiln allegations in Klečka. And yes, and immediately after that we can see the heading, abduction of ethnic Serbs, right? And you then explain in the second paragraph there that the Humanitarian Law Centre had documented unaccounted for individuals, 39 of whom were last seen in UCK custody, also documented 3 cases of ethnic Albanians. And then if we just go over to the next page, you start to go through the cases. So 79, abductions in Rahovic. You describe that example by reference to the Humanitarian Law Centre, we can see. You see?
Which footnote are you?
Well, footnote 138, footnote 134, which is for the previous paragraph where you're making more general allegations.
I can't see 138, but I take your word for it.
Can we go down to
yes.
it? Yeah. And then we go over the page to 4870 to Jovan Lukic, the case of Jovan Lukic. And there again, your citation is to Tang and the Humanitarian Law Centre. Your citations are Tan Yong, sorry.
Yes.
And if we go over the page to 81, we've got, so that's 871, the next page, individual specific cases of Ratko and Branko Stalatic, Vojko and Ivan Bakrac, 10 employees of the Bakljevac mine, and then over the page, and so it goes on. So there are many, many individual cases you are presenting. But you're doing so without having any opportunity to evaluate the credibility of the evidence that you've been given, other than relying on the evaluation of somebody else. Is that right?
I would not categorize it as such.
Well, then, did you conduct any evaluate? Do you read the statements even that they'd given?
I do not recall if
Okay.
I did, but
But there wouldn't be a problem for you if you
but-
hadn't seen the evidence at all.
no, but we definitely were in regular communication and conversation with our humanitarian law center colleagues. And that would include on these individual cases.
But you do understand that if one person says, I've assessed this to be credible, look, we just looked at the example of Sanya Balai in the Haradinai case, where, as it turned out, all of the people who looked as though they'd died in KLA custody, in fact, the evidence showed something completely different. Hence your very important statements of principle in your witness statement about you'd never make such a finding of fact. My question for you, in those circumstances, is why are you listing these in the report when you haven't any idea about the witnesses themselves, whether they've got corroboration, other than the fact that somebody else has done that exercise and you trust them, outside your organisation?
Mr. Teager.
Objection, basically the objection is asked and answered. It's a long argument in the purported guise of a question that's already been addressed.
Right. Well, let me ask the question alone
Sustained.
then, shorn of the introduction, if that's okay.
And I'll make the same objection. It's asked and answered.
Well, I'll leave you on to rule about it. It's
We've
very
been on
important.
this subject. I said it was sustained.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. We have been on the subject, but I'm just going to make one general comment about that. Well,
Eh, eh,
one has already ruled this evidence in on the basis that its weight and credibility will be evaluated by the panel at the end. To then seek to restrict the way I cross-examine the witness about reliability and weight would respectfully not be the right course.
Think about your question and ask it in a more understandable way.
Do you accept that if you put into your report identified cases based on an assessment of credibility by a different organisation, that you are engaging, as I suggested to you earlier, in an echo chamber in this particular instance?
No, I don't accept that.
Well, I take the point about the later methodology that you made earlier on, and we'll look at that tomorrow. But what does Human Rights Watch's endorsement of this add to the assessment of its credibility? How do you make any assertion that you regard this as credible, other than that it's percolated up from another international NGO?
Well, this is an NGO that we know well and partner with. So place a high degree of credibility on their work. Secondly, we state the sources.
Well,
so
you state
please.
You state them as a source. You don't state their sources.
So I'm sorry. I'll count to 3 for Mr. Emerson if he likes, but that's another example of stepping on the witness's answer, I'm afraid.
Yeah, please pause between the questions, both of you.
Well, I'm sorry, I just didn't want the answer to go on a false basis. You haven't stated the sources, have you? You've stated the organisation, but not their sources.
Well, that is what I meant by the source. No, but it is a source. You may not find the source reliable, but it is a source. And we are putting it in there so that readers may assess the material for themselves. So that's why we don't, we state it as we are clear about from where it's coming. Coupled with what is the important information from other organizations like the ICRC, which spoke about missing persons. But again, the principle that I'm trying to make here, and maybe will help, or please stop me if I've made this point. I don't want to repeat myself.
I can't stop you. I'll be stopped if I stop you.
I was speaking to the panel, but is that the crux of this work was on Serbian and Yugoslav forces. But we felt it was critically important for civilian protection to highlight cases that we deemed credible, stating what we knew about them and giving the source if it's the Humanitarian Law Center, to make clear that IHL applies to all parties.
Yes.
And that was the...
Just so we're clear, as you may have heard earlier on, there is no prohibition in this court on hearsay evidence. But there is a difference between primary hearsay and multiple hearsay, and you understand that difference as a trial, as a fair trial advocate, don't you? You understand the difference as a fair trial advocate yourself, which you accept you are. Human Rights Watch is an organisation promoting fair trial rights, correct?
Correct.
And you understand that one of the fair trial guarantees is an ability to examine the reliability of the original source, don't you?
I believe that every panel will assess the witness, and there should be proceedings that allow that to be done as rigorously as possible.
And the witness in this case being the person who gave the account in the first place, or whom?
Well, in this case, we're talking the organization could be asked themselves about their methodology and about their information, and maybe they have a different policy on sharing notes or not. I cannot speak for the Humanitarian Law Center. Or, if possible, the individuals themselves.
Absolutely.
Of course, getting as close as possible to the primary source is, without any question, an important,
A fair trial right.
the goal of the best possible investigation.
And a fair trial right, you would say, and Human Rights Watch would say, wouldn't they, that the use of anonymous witness statements is a violation of Article 14 of the ICCPR, and has said so.
Objection. Now we're way beyond seeking.
We are also we are at the end of our day. You can start this over tomorrow if you wish.
I can leave this topic with one final question. You're suggesting, therefore, in your answer, that the right person to testify about this would at least be Natasha Kandich and not, or somebody from the Human Rights Centre, and not yourself, correct? About this period?
So I wouldn't say that it's the right person or the wrong person. I believe I have something to contribute. But if other people want to be called for questioning, then that is, of course, whatever can shed light on the facts is welcome.
Very well, thank you.
Mr. Abrahams will finish for the day. You will be escorted from the courtroom by the usher. We will start again tomorrow at 9 o'clock, and you will still be testifying.
Thank you.
Next week's witnesses.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I realize in this position I should have that information readily at hand. I do not. I can ask I don't know if Mr. Howling does or not, if you can give me just 1 second.
I believe that 3827, who's the subject of the video link application, is set to be next week, and the other witnesses' codes we can have for you tomorrow morning. Yes. Yes, we can.
Yet today, everyone would appreciate it. Mr. Ellis, something?
Your Honor, I was only going to update my time estimate. I think we had 3 hours. I'm sorry for preempting. I think we had 3 hours for this witness. It's very unlikely that I'll use that. More like 1 hour, I'd have thought.
Similarly, you're on a maximum of an hour, I think, at this stage. Thank you.
Well, I think I gave an estimate of 3 hours, and so by the mid-morning break, I'll be finished. I will finish by then.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for today. We are adjourned until 9 o'clock tomorrow.
All rise.